Rehabilitation Forum in Lviv, organized by the National Rehabilitation Center Unbroken of the First Medical Union of Lviv. And the event is taking place with the support of systems in the world, and the speak to about approach our plan is to you can pictures if you go to the QR code on your business. That's the way it looks. It's really Andrei Glory colleagues for security organized this day in the shelter here the rotation word, but the acoustics here is not as good as we would like, so we would ask here let's welcome Lashko cadence of June electric straight to us. So he's the co-author of occur people developing actually not a together with 19 with recovery of the things we focus these startups. We can see that they and if we get this back
for the this want this cycle to be hard. Want with different specialities are providing rehabilitation services. If we are talking about physical therapists, there are about 1,200 people. If we talk about assistants, then there are about 50,000 workers of the medium rank, and that means a lot, and this shows the dynamic of changes. So we can do up to 8,000 sessions in our institutions. Is it the limit? No, it's not. We have to develop. Every stroke center is supposed to have a rehabilitation department that will deal with acute and subacute conditions. You do not have to build huge rehabilitation institutions, but we have to take into account these figures, and we have to organize rehabilitation and give priority to those institutions with the greatest number of patients. So this is what we are doing at the level of the state, and I'm very grateful to the partners who are here and who are not here today, who assist us to set up new centers. Today we are here in the Unbroken Center. On Friday we shall be in the Superhumans Center. We have also signed an agreement and ratified it in the Parliament that allows us to build one more building with the Reconstructive Surgery Center. The state is funding the hospital in Rivne region that deals with spinal trauma. We also funded the Children's Hospital. There are a number of Swiss projects, the Red Cross. All these partners enable us to expand the existing rehabilitation departments all over Ukraine in order to encompass the whole network and in order to provide rehabilitation aid to all those in need. Our plans: assistive devices room in every institution. Assistive devices actually can be rented depending whether it is possible from hygienic point of view. Development of rehabilitation component. In September, the regulation was passed, and it will be implemented into the electronic healthcare system. We introduce formal training and formal education for speech and language therapists, and we try to create the formal education for prosthetic workers. In particular, we think about potential possibility to train prosthetic workers in higher educational institutions. We shall take a special look at complicated cases and the rates. We cooperate with the Ministry of Finance. We would like to introduce approaches to licensing of rehabilitation services, because we have to retain the progress of 2022-2023. So quality should become our priority, and the state as a regulator will have a look what is a rehabilitation center for the sanatoriums, not to be able to call them rehabilitation center. So rehabilitation is not about resorts, is not about sanatoriums. These are totally different approaches, and these issues should be addressed if we mention rehabilitation within the healthcare system. There will be special documents for rehabilitation departments, documents and regulations about multidisciplinary teams, assistive devices rooms, and we definitely want these rooms to be equipped in a way it is done in the most advanced countries of the world. And if we are talking about our strategic prospects, I would like to quote Olena Zelenska, the First Lady of Ukraine, will rehabilitate a person. A person will be able to renew and restore everything. So our priority, the priority of Unbroken Center and many other rehabilitation centers, is a person, because a person is a key driver of our life. Thank you. Thank you, dear Minister, for this very informative presentation. Now I'd like to give the floor to Yulia Laputina, the Minister in Veterans Affairs of Ukraine. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Glory to Ukraine. We are grateful to the city of Lviv that always inspires us. It inspires us not only with its culture, architecture, history, it inspires with its people and teams who can do a lot under all the conditions, under conditions of full-scale war. These people can do person-oriented projects, and they can not only talk about the projects but implement these projects into life. I come here quite often. I communicate with the mayor of the city, with the deputies, and every time I see new sites, new facilities, new beds, new equipment. It looks that everything is simple and nice, but behind all these things there are efforts of lots and lots of people. Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing to life and implementing something that helps people not only to survive but also to rehabilitate. In the at the beginning of the war, in the Unified State Register of Veterans, there were about 500,000 people. These were people who participated in combat actions. These were members of their families and people with disabilities caused by the war. Now we understand that there will be more and more people like this. And that means that they will require more state support and coordination of the efforts of all the levels of power. Rehabilitation sometimes is equal to the medical assistance that is provided. And we have the institutional memory of the Soviet Union, when nobody took care of a person when he or she was discharged from the hospital. Now we hear all the time human-oriented approach, person-oriented approach, and this is very important because it is very compatible with our philosophy. Because I call the Ministry of Veterans Affairs the Ministry of Human Hearts, because a bureaucrat cannot work here. We have only those people who try to reintegrate into peaceful life all those who are fighting for us on the battlefields. So the government has approved a strategic document about transferring from military career to a civil life, and it will be signed by the president. And what does it mean? It means implementation of a human-oriented approach. It means corresponding medical treatment, social guarantees, and integration of a soldier into peaceful life. For 30 years of our independence, nobody thought what happens to the military staff after they resign from military service. So they have become pensioners and they have to find their new career in life. Now we are trying to do everything possible to integrate the military staff into peaceful and civil life. And rehabilitation includes physical and psychological components, and definitely the reactions felt by people after participation in the combat actions is normal reactions to abnormal conditions. So this transfer from military career to civil life requires bringing together the efforts of all the ministries and local authorities. We should equip a person with tools for development. It's not only about rehabilitation, physical rehabilitation, mental rehabilitation. We are also talking about requalifications, employment, having a license to set up one's own business. So these are the components of integration into a peaceful life. And when a person gets certain services, if a person gets certain services, and if a person cannot integrate into community, he or she will require reintegration. But in order to prevent this, we have to do everything possible and give a person all the tools. Therefore, we shall have projects on creating the Institute of Veterans Assistant. This will be a person who will help veterans get certain services. This assistant will be able to provide the information where to go. And this veterans assistant is also a component of rehabilitation, because a person who comes from the war probably hates all bureaucracy, all bureaucratic institutions, and definitely requires a person who will help navigate in these institutions. And one of the pilot projects will be held here in Lviv region and in the city of Lviv. And after this event, we are going to negotiate all the conditions about these projects. There will be a special project in Dnipropetrovsk, Mykolaiv and Vinnytsia regions. I would like to mention a couple of words about psychological rehabilitation. Within our system, we have 5 rehabilitation centers, and one of them is on psychological rehabilitation. Now we are trying to restore these centers in the modern understanding of this word, because we deal with the element of post-Soviet psychological rehabilitation. Now it should not be the case, and we launch a pilot project. It will be our center in Borodyanka. The representatives of the centers will speak at one of the panels. At the beginning of the full-scale war, our center was fully damaged. It was tank shelling. The workers of the center died, and the building itself was damaged. But I would like to say a very important thing. Our psychologists, during the occupation, were providing services to people who are trying to improve their psychological condition. Some of our workers lost their families and lost their flats, but during this time they helped people. So glory and respect to these people. And these psychologists, even under such extreme conditions, got extreme experience of providing psychology assistance in crisis. And therefore we would like to put it in methodology, and then we would like to use this methodology for rehabilitation of our defenders. And I would like also to set up a special scientific institution that will study those inhuman acts caused by the Russian troops to our civil population. Raping children. Lots of other things that cannot even be imagined. And to conclude, I would like to mention one more thing, which I personally felt, and I remember myself, my hands shaking and trembling when, after the occupation of Borodyanka, I came to one of the humanitarian hubs, and our psychologist had a small room there, and there was a mother and a son who were provided psychological services. I came there and I was in a military uniform, and I hugged the boy, and the boy asked me, have you seen a monument to Shevchenko and they shot at the monument? There was a bullet in the head of the monument. And at that moment, I understood that we have to do everything to protect this young generation for whom this monument to Shevchenko is of the greatest value. A child lost many things, but this child is thinking and talking about these values. And this human-oriented approach should be the central part of all our projects. Working hard for our victory. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Let's proceed and not waste time, and let's have this discussion. I would like to invite here Mr. Leshko. I invite you, Ms. Laputina. I invite Elena Kulchitska, who is the Counselor of the Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, Alexei Solovyov, Vice Secretary of the Defense Council, Jacqueline Hart, the Doctor of Medicine, Head of the Center for Homeless and Youth, Oleg Samchuk, General Director of First Territorial Medical Union, Maxim Dotsenko, General Director of the Red Cross Ukraine, and online with us is Tetiana Lomakina, who is the Counselor of the Presidential Commissioner on accessibility. She's cooperating with us and she helps us to understand how the system is going. Tatiana, you have the floor. Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. I see that here we have lots of people representing the healthcare system, representatives of the civil society, cities and towns, and this is really great because the topic of modern evidence-based rehabilitation brings together many people, and we all understand that this topic is highly topical, and I'll be grateful if you open my presentation. It's opened. So let's have the next slide. Initiated by the First Lady of Ukraine, the strategy of no barriers is going on in Ukraine. The goal of the system is implementation of modern rehabilitation and creating all the conditions for our people to be able to live a full-fledged life and to do it as soon as possible. And the key role is played by the Ministry of Healthcare of Ukraine. But understanding what has been mentioned today by Mr. Viktor Leshko and understanding what has been said by Yulia Laputina, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, the fact that lots of our people will have to stay in our hospitals and rehabilitation departments that have been created, and they will come back to the communities. They will come back to the society, and it's really important to welcome them back in the society. So what is being built nowadays is aimed at creating certain conditions for the person to start acute rehabilitation. So actually during the first 72 hours after surgery, and Ukraine is on its way already. It's really important that we have the support of our international partners. Now we have a chance to train our doctors evidence-based approaches, something that helps our people to rehabilitate very soon, owing to modern rehabilitation techniques. And in our rehabilitation departments, our patients will be able to get access to assistive devices. I'm talking about wheelchairs and crutches and all other things in order to rehabilitate as soon as possible and get to the next stage. And the next question is how the healthcare institution is cooperating with local authorities, how this information is transferred that soon a person will be discharged from the hospital and the society is to integrate this person. So another component is social workers who already became part of multidisciplinary teams in order to build this bridge between the hospital and the community. Please, next slide. These are the important points that should be addressed. We have already heard today that by establishing rehabilitation departments in the hospitals, we have to pay attention to the fact that the key point is multidisciplinary team, and the damage that was caused should be remediated by real people, by real experts who have some experience and knowledge in order to rehabilitate those in need. And we are talking about speech therapist, physical therapist, psychologist, occupational therapist, social worker, a prosthetic worker, and orthotic worker. And once again, I'm talking to the mayors of the cities. Please think how you can help your healthcare institutions find the members of such multidisciplinary team, how you can develop this team. Because some people think that rehabilitation requires super modern robots, some equipment, state-of-the-art technologies. But remember that a person is rehabilitated by a person. In order to start rehabilitation process, the experts talk to a person, try to evaluate his or her capacity and potential, and only after this they start building rehabilitation route. This is a very complicated work and no robot will be able to do it. We have to train and develop the members of these multidisciplinary teams. And this is something that should be in the focus of our attention, and it should be addressed not only by the healthcare system, but also by the community and local authorities. Please, next slide. So rehabilitation in the community has a number of components, and this is a sort of checklist for you, just to check whether your community is ready to accept and welcome people, whether you have all the conditions for this person. So we are talking about highest responsibility, how we are going to build spaces and services around a person, how we are going to create accessible routes for a person in a wheelchair to be able to get to his or her destination. So we have to remove all the barriers, all the hurdles that may be felt by a person in a wheelchair or, for example, using crutches or prosthetic device. So, lack of barrier strategy is something we should be guided by. This is a step-by-step action plan that will enable us to implement our plans. And we have to understand why we are doing it. And therefore, one more important task of us is to get some trainings. Rehabilitation workers should be trained on rehabilitation. Those involved in building industry should be trained on lack of barrier strategy in construction area. Those who provide different types of services should cooperate with civil society institutions. You should take a look at all the premises and equipment? Is it accessible for people with disabilities, for people on some assistive devices? So we have to remove all the barriers. Thank you for the chance to participate in this important event. And I wish very fruitful work to all of you, and I do hope that we'll be able to achieve all the plans we have. Thank you, Ms. Tetiana, for being with us. And now I have a question to the representatives of the Ministry of Social Policy. The Ministry of Social Policy and the Ministry of Healthcare are the key stakeholders in the rehabilitation topics. It's necessary to bring together the efforts of all the ministries and local authorities. They should also probably be working in teams in order to tune this system in a proper way. So we have had the presentation of the Ministry of Healthcare, and we have had the presentation of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. And what is the strategy of the social policy? Thank you. I would like to welcome all of you here. I'm really pleased to welcome and to greet the participants of this forum. Unfortunately, the development of rehabilitation in Ukraine was stimulated by the full-scale war. As a result of this war, now we started making some progress in building and developing rehabilitation centers. But it's really nice that Lviv is a role model in this process, and it shows the correct approaches in building rehabilitation system. This system should be based on human-oriented and patient-oriented approach. It should be based on consistency principles, and the Ministry of Social Policy is engaged in this process. So what are our achievements? The Ministry approved the procedure of engaging the prosthetic worker into a multidisciplinary team. And here in Lviv, we see that the prosthetic worker is an active participant of a multidisciplinary team, and this is really a good example. But we also should remember and understand that the best practices and our legislation mentions the guaranteed right of a person to choose the prosthetic enterprise and prosthetic worker. And definitely the members of the multidisciplinary team, an occupational therapist, a physiotherapist, can provide recommendations, but it is the patient who actually chooses the prosthetic worker who he would like to work with, because this process lasts actually throughout his or her life, and therefore this choice is of particular importance. Ensuring the consistency and coherence of rehabilitation process, it's important for us to engage a social worker into a multidisciplinary team. And today, during the excursion, I have heard some discussions behind the sidelines. The participants were discussing this issue actually. And I would like to express our gratitude to Ksenia Voznitsina for sharing positive examples of clinical social work. This is a very good example how the social workers should work in healthcare institutions. Definitely it is understandable that the workload is too high, and we have to increase the number of social workers in healthcare institutions. The ministry is trying to take some steps here, and with financial support of UN Development Project, we launch a pilot project on engaging a social worker into a multidisciplinary team. And I do hope that at the end of the month we announce the beginning of this pilot project, and will be able to show in practice what kind of functional should be used by a social worker. Because this is the connecting link between the community and a hospital. This is a person who, on the one hand, should assist with rehabilitation process and who should think about providing assistive devices. This is a person who should cooperate with an occupational therapist about adjusting the living space of a patient. And on the other hand, this person should actually assist with integration into community and should be in charge of step-by-step provision of social services, which is also very important for rehabilitation. And this process of providing assistive devices is actually implemented together with the Ministry of Healthcare, and in order to have the connection between different modules and in order to remove all red tape barriers for the person to be able to understand that he or she will get assistive devices directly in the hospital and will get some services related to it after discharge from the hospital. So these processes are components of a greater network, which is the reformation of medical and social expertise and commission announced by Mr. Leshko, and he is actually promoting this reform. This reform is of critical importance not only for medical and social field, and here an important component is evaluation of a person's needs on the basis of the international classification of functioning. Ministry of Healthcare definitely is the leader here because our part should still be finalized, but we understand this responsibility and we understand that the ministry should take care not only of the medical component, but also should be supported with social initiatives and should have social support packages guaranteed by a state to a person in case there are some limitations in functioning and full rehabilitation of a person is impossible. And in this context, the active role also belongs to the community. The communities should also become proactive in providing social services, in particular implementing rehabilitation community practices. It has already been mentioned today that this process is impossible without high-quality training and high-quality education of our specialists. And education is also one of our priorities, and one of the components is to improve education of social workers when we are talking about evaluating of a person's limitations according to the international functioning classification system. And we badly need here best practices and best approaches in order to speed up this process. There is no need to build something from scratch if certain countries have already achieved almost 100% implementation of this classification system. And we would be very grateful if we had a chance to communicate with the representatives of our international community and discuss these issues, how these practices can be implemented in Ukraine. Summing up, I would like to say that all our efforts are streamlined into making the rehabilitation process comfortable for a person. We want all the needs of a person to be met in the healthcare institutions. And when a person comes back home, a person should understand that he is not forgotten and he will be supported not only by the state but also by the family and by the community. Thank you, Olana. If we were not limited in time, we could talk a lot about it. But now I have a question to Yulia Laputina, the Minister of Veterans Affairs. So you have voiced a number of initiatives and you have voiced a social support package. And I hear from our psychotherapists that they're very grateful for this package. It was something the patients needed. And now we have heard from you about a number of other initiatives. But Olana Kulchitska just finished her presentation with the statement about socializing of people in the community, about integration of people within the community. So if we are talking about our veterans, and if we say that employment is a part of psychological support, what is the vision of Veterans Affairs, Ministry of Veterans Affairs? Because here we have our soldier Ilya, who will become one of our prosthetic workers, and he will become member of our team. And now we see development of veterans programs. So what is the general vision? Well, we actually would like to establish a system of veterans eco-policy on both local and national level. Some practical things. We established a Veterans Foundation, and last year we had 3 competitions for developing veterans entrepreneurship. We are talking about veterans businesses that have been operating for more than 2 years, and we have the winners, and these are very inspiring projects. It is more than 1 million hryvnias for development of veterans businesses, and one of the businesses is that provides equipment for drones, provides equipment for weapons. There is a very nice women initiative on producing women's military clothes and uniform. This year we have a special project WAR-20, and that means that we organize a competition for 1.5 million hryvnias grants for development of veterans entrepreneurship. And I would like to provide a very nice example. We have a veteran who is the winner of our competition. He was born in Donetsk. He has been living in Donetsk. In 2014 he joined the army. Later he came back home. Donetsk is occupied, and in Konstantinivka he had his craft farm business. So he was given a grant from local authorities. He developed this business and he produced high quality products, food products. And this year the new city where he lived was also under threat. He won the grant of 1 million hryvnias, and he brought all his cattle, all his animals, so practically everything he had on his farm, to his friends in Vinnytsia region, and now he's selling his products to Volyn, to Transcarpathian region. So here we see a peer-to-peer principle, and now this person is able to develop his business. Apart from this, we have some centers for veterans. They are established at higher educational institutions. For example, in Lviv, this is Ivan Franko National University, and we are going to train the applicants, I mean those who would like to become assistants of veterans. And these centers for veterans development will become special centers for those military soldiers who resign from the army. And in these centers, it will be possible to get some trainings in business and entrepreneurship. Also, we have established communication with the representatives of top businesses in Ukraine. This is Укрпошта, Укрзалізниця, Сільпо, Фора, Приватбанк. So now we cooperate with Silpo network in order to launch special veterans brand. We provide this brand to those entrepreneurs who are military veterans, and I think it will be really inspiring when a person will, our people will be able to buy products produced by the veterans. We also work with MasterCard business on loyalty programs, and we have already made an agreement with Укрзалізниця that our psychologist from Slavutich Center will train HR staff of Укрзалізниця how to work with those people who came back from the battlefield, who came back to their working places. Because the representatives of businesses say that sometimes people come back to their working places, and the HR people say that a person cannot immediately come back from the battlefield to the peaceful life. Special mediation is needed. Mr. Leshko, we have had your presentation. You have mentioned plans and strategies and developments, but could you please voice some challenges, honestly? What are the challenges on the way of implementation, certain things you have planned? There are lots of challenges and problems, and every challenge should be addressed separately. We are talking about expanding possibilities for post-diploma education. We are talking about technical re-equipment and refurbishment of healthcare institutions and rehabilitation departments. We are talking about launching of e-healthcare system and technical modernization for all the people to be able to include cyclic elements. We are talking about evaluation scales. We are talking about the rates and funding for these rates. The financial component should also be one of our priorities, because the work of a rehabilitologist is a very complicated procedure. There are lots of challenges. We are aware of these challenges. We know how these challenges can be addressed. And these conferences should not only raise the challenges, but also should be aimed at finding solutions, and probably should describe some ways to make progress. Thank you, and thank you for being honest with us, because, for example, in March, we have had a conference on amputation and reamputation, and every third person actually requires the second operation as surgery, and that means that for a couple of more months, a person will stay within the healthcare system. And I know that the decision has already been made that those healthcare institutions should have consultations of prosthetic workers in order to understand whether the secondary surgery, amputation surgery, should take place or not. So yes, these things definitely allow us to move forward. Thank you. Let's applaud probably, because what has been just said is really important. Rehabilitation and coming back to life is the strategic issue for our state, is the issue of our survival, because if we are talking about physical injuries, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of people. But if we are talking about psychological traumas, we are talking about millions of people. And there is a special category of people, both military and civil people, who were in captivity and who were tortured. And I have a question to Mr. Solovyov. what is the strategy of the state, how these people are treated and rehabilitated, how their security and safety is ensured, how these people are integrated into community. At the beginning, when these people came back, they were, for example, taken to some hospitals where they were not given full medical assistance, and people even couldn't be examined properly. So, what are the lessons learned, and how we see the ways of helping these people? Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to express our gratitude to the organizers, and I would like to send greetings from the head of the Security and Defense Council, Oksy Danilov. We were trying to address these challenges 1 year ago. I would like to say that the State Security and Defense Council deals not only with the military issues, but also we have the monitoring system of threats for national security, and it is related to any fields of our activities, and it is also about psychological, social, financial, humanitarian, and many other areas of activities. In 2021, the issue of rehabilitation was considered at the meeting of the Security and Defense Council, and at that time we didn't pay enough attention to this. We identify this challenge as a potential threat, and definitely certain solutions have been made, but we did not pay attention to the fact that actually since 2014 the war was going on, and all those people who came back from the battlefield and from captivity, in our opinion, didn't get enough attention at that time. I'm talking both enough attention from our health care, from social services, psychological services. This was really a very serious challenge, and nowadays we understand that on our way to victory we can face lots of problematic issues after the victory, and these problematic issues will be about how to properly support and accompany those people who came back from this war. What shall we do with lots of civilians who survived? And actually, lots of these people will require very serious, comprehensive, and holistic help. Actually, none of the country for the recent 80 years has a similar experience. Therefore, we cannot ask any country to share its experience. In 2019, we identified COVID as a threat to national security. People didn't pay attention to China at that time, but we identified it as a threat. We started studying it. The whole world studied this issue, and together with the Ministry of Healthcare, we were trying to think it, study it. Here we are sure that it will be a very serious challenge for us after our victory. And owing to the efforts of the government and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, we now have this transfer strategy, transition strategy, and it will be again the matter of discussion at the Defense and Security Council, and it will be the beginning of our rehabilitation of our soldiers who come from war. And this issue is not only about medical component. I do not have any doubts that Mr. Leshko will build the system on the highest level. But we should ask a question. Will 1,200 physical therapists will be enough? Will 400 healthcare institutions be enough to provide these services? We should be very clear about evaluating our resources in future. It can be in 3 months. It may happen in 6 months. But what is definitely 100% that we'll need this system for many, many years to come. And the question is that we have to calculate the number of people and the number of institutions we need. And then the most complicated part comes, and this is part where we do not have any experience. So when the soldier is discharged from a hospital, he or she is to join the community. The war is over, and some people have their own needs, but we understand that the soldier will always be in the battlefield, mentally and psychologically. And we should provide not only proper medical and psychosocial support, but we should probably think about attitudes of people. We should think about attitudes in the community, and this is probably the issue to the Ministry of Social Policy. There should be centers that will work not only with the military people, but also with the civilians, with the community. There should be special programs that should start from the kindergartens and schools. I'm talking about educational campaigns on adaptation of these military people into community, integrating them into community. And how this issue should be addressed is still the question to be answered.
It's a real problem, and this is the problem in terms of the competence of doctors, psychiatrists, psychotherapists. This is the problem of working with people who have got back from captivity. They have really experienced something that our doctors should be just prodigies, should be just genial people to know what to do with them. So psychological, these people are still there in captivity, though they are no longer there physically. There must be a separate approach, specific approach to such people, and they should all the time be supported and accompanied by their respective social care services, by special people who will clearly understand what they have to do, what relationship they now have in their families, what is happening, how they communicate with their wives, with their children. That must be an ongoing support and accompaniment that just should be in place. Someone should do this. There should be a specialist who would have a clear understanding of what to do with this person. And let me also mention one more important issue. You know, all psychological problems and all psychological issues start from zero, from the front line, because the commander of the military unit can clearly see when a serviceman requires physical rehabilitation, because this happens as a result of some injury. But he does not see when a physically sound serviceman requires psychological support while he's staying in the zero line, in the front line, or in the military unit. And then this problem leads to reduced combat capacity of our servicemen, and it becomes really very difficult for doctors to work with these servicemen later as with their patients. We should realize that this is a comprehensive problem. I hope I have given the answer to your question, and thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much for the invitation. We'll keep working, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thanks a lot, Alexei. You know, we could keep talking if we were not pressed for time, but you know, we are the center where a psychological aid is provided to people who have come back from captivity. In November, we had the first boy. He was from Azov. He stayed with us for several months. That was the rehabilitation course when he was hospitalized for some weeks. And we had to make the examination of his body after captivity in terms of physiological changes. So all doctors of different specializations worked with him. He took blood tests for us to know what to treat. But in parallel, our psychotherapists and psychologists started working with him because we have here the inpatient center and outpatient mental health center. So this is about the comprehensive approach. When you have all the necessary equipment, laboratory, when you have their specialists with narrow specializations and physical rehabilitation experts, so it helps ensure comprehensive services. And now other people are coming after captivity, and we do realize that now we are getting this experience. We have already got some experience and we are ready to expand, and Allah will confirm what I'm saying. We are ready to work on in this direction. And on Monday we had within this forum a conference on mental health as the basis of our survival. And at this forum, we had Primo Levi experts from France. These are some of the best experts working with victims of torturing and degrading treatment. And for a year, they have been actually training our experts. These are also experts from Israel, from Harvard, from the Yale. And this is really important. They are sharing our experience with their experience with us, and we are ready to further share our experience. So if we speak about physical rehabilitation, we have Jacqueline Gard, director of the Center of Provision of Help to Vulnerable Youth and the founder of the group in Harvard that is helping Ukraine. Jacqueline is one of the persons who has been helping Ukrainian doctors with training, with reconstructive surgery, with rehabilitation, with psychology. And you had a great speech on Monday. There you spoke about the institutional resilience and the unbroken center, and is the center we should have more in Ukraine. And of course it should have the signs of this institutional resilience. What are the signs of this institutional resilience?
There's a delay in the translation, so I apologize. First, I just want to thank you for having me. I'm a bit overwhelmed, very humbled. I'm not usually part of such an esteemed panel, and I feel as if I'm sort of the token international representative. I also want to say that I've been very, very encouraged and heartened by everything I've heard today. You are already identifying so many of the critical issues that need to be filled, and you are working incredibly hard and creating solutions. Even sort of the honesty that we've heard on this panel about where the deficits still lie and how you can turn to international partners to try to fill in those gaps. But just to give you a little bit of background about how we came together, sort of soon after the big war, after the wide-scale invasion on February 24th, there was a group of clinicians at Harvard who just felt compelled to do whatever we could. Some are Ukrainian American, some like myself are not, I'm American. But we just sort of came together to talk about what can we do. And we've had multiple initiatives. You know, the most acute issues have been around getting medical supplies and equipment directly to where they need to be. But we sort of quickly pivoted to thinking about educational programming and how we could help develop integrated concepts, how we could model multidisciplinary approaches. Some of our models we have been using for a couple of decades, But what I want to emphasize is that this learning is mutual. The learning has gone back and forth in both directions, and it must be a partnership to really, truly make progress. What I'm particularly moved by today is that clearly you are all thinking about the whole person, the whole family, the whole community, the whole society. And that needs to happen in order to, make these changes be sustainable. So one of our initiatives has been to work collaboratively with clinicians in specific specialties where we think that there are gaps. We take a lot of our advice and drive from what is a scientific advisory board that we've put together. So we have a scientific advisory board that's made up entirely of Ukrainian clinicians who advise us about where you need some help and support. So we've been providing support in psychiatry, infectious disease, multiple surgical subspecialties. A lot of what I've learned this week is other areas where I think we can really be of use and of value. One particular area is in child psychology and child psychiatry. I think one major challenge for Ukraine is how to build capacity in these areas of need. So I'm going to go home with the drive and charge and inspiration to try to work with our partners here to build some of those systems and ideas to build capacity. Thank you. So I'm just going to leave you with this message. This is a sign, actually, that's on a major thoroughfare as you drive to the hospital. So every day when I drive to work, I see this sign. In Boston, some of you probably know that we're approaching the 10th anniversary of a terrorist attack during the Boston Marathon, which is nothing remotely comparable to anything that you've been experiencing now for I would argue since 2014. I mean, it's not new for you. But the message is clear that we in the States, many of the clinicians, particularly at the institutions that I have contact with, we are committed to do whatever we can. And part of our job, I should say, on our side in the U.S., is to keep this in the forefront of physicians' minds. So in addition to the partnerships and the interactions that we have been developing and establishing between the two countries, we also take a lot of time to educate American physicians so they're aware of what's happening here, that it's not just about the destruction of the infrastructure, it's about the chaos that has been purposely created. It's about the disruptions to regular medical care. So we do many webinars, we've had a lot of publications to make sure that physicians on our side are really understanding those components.
Thank you, Jacqueline, for your support and your experience. Дуже коротесенько, якщо хтось не чув.
If someone hasn't heard the interpretation, just in case, if we speak about this inscription, Boston is strong, Ukraine is strong. So unfortunately, we do all remember the terrorist act in Boston. That was a great tragedy for the U.S., for the people who were staying there. And there were these signs, this Boston is strong. And this slogan was associated with the power of the strength of the people who can resist and who can have empathy. And now it's Boston is strong, Ukraine is strong. Of course, this doesn't mean any comparison between this one terrorist act and the full-scale war. But anyway, for the people who understand this tragedy back then in the US, this really echoes in terms of support, because the slogan Boston is strong really united America back then. And now Boston is strong, Ukraine is strong also unites Ukraine in its support of Ukraine. Thank you, Jacqueline. And we should be very, very quick. I have a question to Oleg Samchuk. Oleg, it's clear that this year has changed us drastically because we had to respond to the challenges we faced. We changed our strategy of the hospital development. We were reoriented to reconstructive surgery, prosthetics, trauma, burns, rehabilitation. I've got a question to you. I've never asked you about this, but on what day did you come to understand that we will now move in that way? On what day did it occur to you that, well, probably you didn't know the name Unbroken there, but on what day did you understand that we are creating such sort of space? Please take the microphone. Well, about a year ago when we started having a lot of patients, and when on one day we had 100 ambulances coming to us and we started doing this triage and doing surgery. You may just imagine 100 ambulances per day. That was the day when all the surgery, resuscitation teams had to go to the workplaces to treat those patients. So I think that the evening of that day was the turning point for me and for my team. And we understood that the hospital that was dealing with some other directions need to change something because we are not ready for the war trauma. We are not ready to receive such patients. We are not ready because we don't have military surgeons. We don't have the areas sufficient for those patients. So we understood that we needed to change something. To change what? Everything. Because over the whole period of the war, all doctors need to change. We need to see what doctors we have in our hospital. We need to have trainings for them in terms of war trauma treatment. And where from can we get these trainings? In Ukraine we don't have this, and other countries also didn't have a war of that scale. So we decided that we need to take the all global experience and try to bring it into conformity with what we have and with our current situation. It was about 10 months ago when we understood that we need to treat all the people who are addressing us for care. We need to provide high quality medical services to them, and that was actually the turning point. And then the idea of this rehabilitation center was born, and then the idea of Unbroken was born, and then we started sending a lot of our doctors abroad to the best clinics dealing with the treatment of war trauma, because why should we reinvent the wheel if there are some people who can quickly give you some knowledge and this knowledge can be really implemented here. And we started inviting people, because it's better to invite top specialists from the world to our workplaces, because here they can show their knowledge to more people. They can train more people and share their experience. And the world really responded to our request, and many people from different countries of the world, be it the US, Israel, Australia, Germany, the UK, Poland, a lot, Italy, really came here, brought their experts, actually transferred their experts to our hospital for a period from 2 weeks to 3 months, and they started doing those trainings. We were not ready for rehabilitation because we had been dealing with rehabilitation only of patients of stroke units and heart attack units. But when patients with severe war trauma started being brought to the hospital, we realized that we needed to change everything. It's not only about surgery and reconstructive surgery. We need to do rehabilitation with them. There should be the recovery process. So we understood that we also lacked this experience in our hospital. And this year our goal is to train about 200 rehabilitation experts in our hospital, because thousands of people are coming to our hospital for help, and we would need 100 of our staff members and 100 of external experts. We would have them in the hospital to do this. Thank you, Oleg. And here is the question to Maxim Dotsenko. We do realize that if war stopped even tomorrow or today, we will still have the issue of rehabilitation urgent for many years, and we need to pay a lot of attention to this. The Ukrainian Red Cross is really working a lot in this direction. Thanks to you and thanks to Direct Relief, we have this forum today and yesterday. What about the strategy of the Ukrainian Red Cross Society as far as rehabilitation in Ukraine is concerned, as far as assistance provision to people who have been affected by the war is concerned? Thank you. Thank you once again. In fact, let me start with the following. I'm happy that I'm involved in the development and construction of such a large rehabilitation center. We realize how important it is. But let's be honest. After the recovery, after the reconstruction, real life starts in the society, in the community. When a person gets back to the community, faces trivial problems, ordinary problems, and we are trying to build barrier-free Ukraine, and I'm sure that we will be a success in this, but how much time do we need for this? This is quite a long-lasting process. And our task, as the task of the Red Cross, is to ensure the best possible access to rehabilitation services, to other social services, to ensure as comfortable existence of a person after rehabilitation as possible. That's why here we are focusing on several aspects, which are provision of assistance to local self-government bodies in the development and construction of such rehabilitation centers. That is also a provision of assistance to our patients, to our beneficiaries locally. When a person gets back to a small village or a small town, where the nearest hospital can be located at the distance of some 10, 20 or 30 kilometers, and the person cannot quickly and easily access the services, we should think it over how to provide for this access. Should we provide for transportation? Should we provide an opportunity to a doctor, physiatrist, or mental health doctor to come to the patient's place? We continue with our mobile teams. We have got about 100 mobile teams in Ukraine, and they provide access to hundreds of thousands of people to services. Yes, they don't work now with rehabilitation as yet, but we need to think it over how this could be reoriented and how we could also help them work with rehabilitation closer to patients. Today, I like very much Yulia's idea on the assistant veteran. And I'm sure that the state is not using the capacity of NGOs and public organizations 100%. We cooperate with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, of Social Policy, of Health. And now we've got 1,000 social assistants for veterans. These are social assistants of the Red Cross that are mainly providing assistance to the elderly people. But I think that they could work for the veterans, and this is also our mandate, to help veterans, the people who are back from the front line. We could actually merge our effort, and in some pilot regions where you intend to launch this program, we could actually take joint effort to use our resources and our experience, because the experience is rather great, I would say, in terms of home care. We've got the experience of more than 50 years. So we are working at the development of this strategy, and we are also ready to intervene it into the issues of rehabilitation and recovery. The information component is also very important for us. We understand that the person will get the necessary information and treatment better and quicker if there is awareness. So we have more than 200 organizations of Ukraine in our network, and we are ready at expanding and dissemination of any information, at dissemination of this information to the most remote areas of Ukraine. It's also important for us to raise inclusivity in the very society. And that depends that much on the upbringing of young people, of school children, because they are going to build the future perception and treatment and attitude in our society to the people who are in need of rehabilitation. So this is also an important training point, learning point for the Red Cross. In fact, Ukrainian Red Cross is a multi-profile entity, and it's very important now to ensure the best possible coordination between national, local self-governments, and NGOs to use the capacity of each of those branches to the best extent possible, and to provide a people-centered system, and for us to build our future on the basis of this assistance and on the inspiration and enthusiasm which will help us to help everyone. Thank you. So let's wrap up uh, with this panel discussion. Thank you for joining us, for staying with us today. Thank you for being together generally, because together we can become a multidisciplinary team. This is the team of the representatives of this government, hospitals, the state, the public sector. We will work together. We will keep working together. Unfortunately, we are really pressed for time because we started a little bit later. We will not make a break now, but our next panel discussion is going to be so interesting that you will definitely not feel sorry that there has been no break. Let's now talk about mental health, and Oleg, you are going to be the facilitator. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We will speak about mental health in a much more dynamic way than our colleagues politicians. So now I will ask the following people to go to the stage. These are Beatrice Hoffman from the Primavera Lviv Center. Jacqueline Gart is getting back to the stage. Lyudmila Boyko, the head of Borodyanka Centers of Social and Psychological Rehabilitation of Residents. Irina Chuzhinova, Doctor of Philosophy in Performance Arts. Ksenia Voznitsina, our colleague, Director of the Center Lisova Polyana, which is the Center of Rehabilitation and Mental Health, Ol Durek, our colleague from Israel, a psychotherapist, a psychologist. Ilan Karpas Rotam, he's a professor of Yale, University of Yale, director of the PTSD Center. Please, I would ask you to take your seats here. So, dear colleagues, there are always changes, but resilience is something very important. And the new word, this is a new word for us, resilience, which means that we can quickly change our standpoints and the conditions and our thoughts for the sake of one common goal, the goal of ensuring the quality of life in the conditions of survival. If I don't like something, I need to think it over. What do I need to do to come to like this? What do I need to remedy, to improve, to go on in order to survive and to win? And this is the major task for the people who are working in the field of mental health. Our mind, our brain, has got only one function for us as a species, as an individual, to survive, and without brain we cannot do this. So our task as that of the representatives of the mental health field is to better understand this function and to find the tools for this stability or resilience of our brain to become stronger. So today we will start speaking about this together with our colleagues who have got some experience of resilience for more than 1 year, and some of them even for almost 9 years, and with our colleagues who are studying this issue. And let me start our discussion with the most difficult question we are now facing. Now, doctors, psychologists, psychotherapists in our country, in our hospital, in any other hospital. This is about working with people. We are starting with a paradoxical thing, working with people who have gone through captivity, working with people who have gone through torturing and violence, physical, sexual, moral violence. One of the most difficult traumas, which makes it more complicated to treat any other diseases, is moral trauma, and this is also a new trauma for us. So let me invite first our personal friend, the person who has been training us for almost a year. This is a psychotherapist of the Lviv Center, a French Paris center, and about 400 or 500 patients are treated there every year from violence, from torturing, and from captivity. This is Beatrice Patsalides Hoffman.
Coming, and this stage is yours.
Thank you, Oli, for inviting me to speak today. Yeah. Thank you, Oli, and Mariana to have invited me.
This travel will be in English, travels through this very important topic. So please take the headsets because it's not going to be easy. I will tell you why. Please get ready, take the headsets.
So thank you again. To preserve the mental health of our patients, we clinicians need to preserve our own mental health. I have been working for the last 18 years as a psychologist and a psychoanalyst at the Primo Levi Center in Paris in a multidisciplinary team. We provide care for patients from around the world who survived torture, war, and political persecution in a team of medical doctors, psychologists, psychoanalysts, body workers, and physiotherapists, social workers, and legal professionals. Most of our patients suffer from severe traumatic symptoms, physical and psychological, which are rendered more complex by patients' forced displacement and exile. In addition, most of our patients suffered very severe human rights violations, such as torture, rape, and sexual violations, which constitute minimally crimes against humanity that should be tried by an international court, international criminal court. Here in the war that Russia wages against Ukraine, we are, in addition to crimes against humanity, facing war crimes with genocidal intentions. We know that the Kremlin pursues the intentional destruction of the entire Ukrainian nation, which Putin says does not exist. We know of systematic rape of civilians, women, men, and children. We know of deportation of tens of thousands of Ukrainian children and minors to Russia. And we know of the Russification of those children and of residents who remain in the Russian-occupied territories. We know these things through the reports from Pramila Patten, who is the UN Special Rapporteur on Sexual Violence. Why is this distinction of genocidal intentions important in the treatment? When extraordinary, unimaginable pain is being intentionally inflicted by humans on humans, that is, when humans intentionally seek to dehumanize their fellow humans and destroy their will, their resistance, their dignity, their intimacy, their health, their sexual lives, their family lives, their social affiliations, their fundamental beliefs, their entire existence as a group or nation, and even destroy their children's and future generations' mental health, then we need to respond to the person, this person who is both victim and survivor on all those levels, and not only provide them with therapy and basic medical care. We need to help them reclaim and restitute their rights, their human rights, their dignity, and above all, we need to help them obtain the recognition of their criminal victimization on the level of international law. Patients who suffer in this context multiple losses and most severe violations of their human rights will display trauma symptoms that go beyond PTSD. The pain of torture, physical, psychological, manifests the undoing of a world. Elaine Scarry, the scholar who thoroughly analyzed the structure and effects of torture, said, "Intense pain is world-destroying." Between pre-trauma life and the post-traumatic survival, there will be a radical rupture that will forever change the victim's entire sense of identity. His or her life before will in no way resemble his or her life after. These patients' bodies have most often been wounded, their bodily integrity violated, and their health taken away. Their mood and affect will be different than before the torture experience. They may all of a sudden feel labile and explosive, or dull and self-destructive. They may have amnesia for large segments of their traumatic past, but at the same time be invaded by flashbacks and nightmares and dissociate. They may therefore want to withdraw from all contact with others, be hostile and distrustful, even hopeless and without any faith in a future that could bring relief. On Monday's panel, Bohdan Zaritsky, who survived the horrors of Azovstal, so generously shared with us this. He said, "After imprisonment, you come out with half of your identity only, literally because he had lost half of his body weight, and symbolically. Only half of you comes back home," he said. The American trauma theorist Judith Herman in the 1980s spoke of complex PTSD for a syndrome that characterized persons who had survived severe childhood abuse. But many of our patients who have experienced torture go beyond that diagnostic picture. Some survivors of torture will not even recognize themselves anymore when they return from captivity. A patient of mine who used to be a ferryman in an African country said, after having been tortured in his first session, "The mirror, my mirror in the water, in which I could always recognize myself in the morning when crossing the river, this mirror was broken after the torture. My soul is gone. I now live without a soul. No, actually, I do not live anymore, because I is dead. Life goes on. I try to find the broken pieces, to put them back together, but I don't know if I can find him again one day." This is an important metaphor. My mirror was broken after the torture. I tried to find the broken pieces. This is why we need multidisciplinary teams to treat survivors of torture. They will tell fragments of their stories and unconsciously deposit different aspects of their suffering with different clinicians in the team. Psychic fragmentation, as we know, is the core feature of trauma. That was said already by the great Hungarian psychoanalyst Sándor Ferenczi, and the team needs to come together and restitute the whole picture of the patient's experience. This is why weekly team meetings and supervision meetings are necessary to restitute the pieces of fragmented transferential processes that all belong to the one patient. Because of the complexity of the trauma related to torture and human rights violations, we need to establish treatment and institutional models that address the traumatic effects on all levels on which our patients' lives were unhinged: the physical, medical, the psychological, the social, and the judicial, legal. The level of human rights violations. We need to respond to trauma as humans and as professionals. My 30-plus years of working with individuals who survived torture in different countries proved to me again and again that the only model of treatment that could do justice to the main three dimensions at which the person's life had been ruptured was a multidisciplinary model, such as the one we use at the Primo Levi Center in Paris. Those three dimensions in which ruptures have occurred manifest as: one, traumatic pathology on both physical and psychological levels; two, the severe effects of forced displacement and exile; and three, problems in the legal realm that here in Ukraine concern the documentation of the torture experiences and of its physical and psychological effects for the sake of testimony in a court. To accomplish this work, we at the Primo Levi Center have a team of 18 clinicians, 3 medical doctors, one of whom also performs a very trauma-specific body work, 1 physiotherapist, 7 clinical psychologists and psychoanalysts who provide psychoanalytic psychotherapy, 2 social workers who help patients with basic daily needs such as related to housing, to food, to clothing, to finding work, to helping with social integration, schooling, childcare, etc. And a legal professional who helps patients gain refugee status through the asylum courts. Plus, we have 3 trained liaison professionals who welcome patients in the center and who conduct the first interviews with patients and who also do all the secretarial work. But the clinical therapeutic work is only one part of what the center does. The other 2 are transmission of our knowledge via training and publications to other professionals and lobbying in the political realm. These 3 aspects, patient care, knowledge transmission through publications and training, as well as political lobbying, are tightly knit together. We all need them to maintain our own mental health. One last word. We could not do our work as clinicians without having gone through extensive training and personal psychoanalysis or psychotherapy, and work under ongoing clinical supervision. If we want to understand something about our patient's shattered mirror of the soul, we better know something about the fault lines in our own. Thank you.
Thank you. Дуже дякую.
Thank you. Thank you for a very condensed but very informative and emotional presentation. We have estimated that just with one patient who has been tortured, who has been in captivity, or who had violence against him, we have up from 8 to 10 experts at the same time, without nurses. I'm talking about surgeons, therapists, people who make the diagnosis, and the psychiatrists, psychotherapists, body psychotherapists, EMDR therapists, exposure therapists, psychoanalytic therapists, art therapists. This is a complex and very energy-consuming approach, but I would like to say it works. And the greatest award for this work and for transforming a silent person into a person who starts talking is when this person brings another friend of his or her who was just freed from captivity. And this is the word that is actually very touching for you, and that means that we find ourselves in the trauma of others. This means constant working on ourselves and on our knowledge. And we have been just 1 year on this battlefield, on this front line. But there are people who have been there for 9 years, and they were learning and studying themselves. They were making mistakes and they were learning from their own mistakes. Now I would like to give the floor to Ksenia Vesnitsina. We got acquainted with her several months ago, just at a similar event. Lviv has always brought people together. Ksenia Vesnitsina is the head of a mental health and rehabilitation center, the forest area. Everybody knows this center, but this center has done a lot of work since 2014. So Ksenia Vesnitsina will tell us in a very condensed way about her ideas, about her experience. So you are working to bring people back on the battlefield, and this is probably the most complicated task. So I give you the floor. Good afternoon, dear friends. I'm happy to see you. We have a big center, 240 patients, definitely not 1,000 patients, but these 250 patients are those patients with some issues related to mental health. And sometimes the traumas are so dense and so complicated and heavy that you really feel it in the corridors, in the rooms. And I would like to say that a Ukrainian trauma, Ukrainian soldiers overcoming their traumatic experience has very clear Ukrainian context, and very often it is quite different from experience of Israel, the US, NATO countries, the Great Britain, Belgium, and many other countries. Why is it so? Why? Well, we wanted to have a PTSD center, but in 2017 we understood that it should be something bigger. And now it is a mental health center based on 3 pillars. So, stress-associated disorders, I'm not going to list them, everything that is related to combat trauma. The second pillar, post-commotion syndrome. I'm a neurologist. I'm not a mental health expert, but I do like the topic of explosion trauma, which is called the autograph of war, and this is actually the topic of our expertise. And I'll make a spoiler. In a couple of months, we shall launch a fundamental big course on explosive way, and this course will be launched at the National Health Care Center Academy. So please follow our announcements. It will be very useful to all the doctors, particularly experts in mental health. And the third pillar of our work is working people who have gone through torturing and captivity. We had a training in 2015, and since that time we have had more than 1,000 patients. And dear colleagues, and Oleg, I probably recommend it to you to go through the Istanbul protocol of torturing documentation. It's really important if you would like to protect your rights in the courts. So the protocol is filled in by the general therapist, and some of our experts know this methodology. So coming back to the Ukrainian context, the trauma of a Ukrainian war, which is really a catastrophic war, is a multimodal trauma. I'll explain what I mean. First of all, this is not the conventional war, but a hybrid war. A conventional war still has its rules, and in this war, everything is used that can only be imagined. All the cruel and the most violent things and weapons. You may include all the 3 elements. The second huge aspect is the civilians in the army. This is not the army as such that selects specially trained people. I'm not the one to talk and mention how many people are in the army. And definitely this presupposes certain complexity and aspects related to training. The third aspect is the duration and staying in the battlefield. Lots of military people are staying on the battlefield for many months, and this is another factor that complicates the course of trauma. We are talking about total physical fatigue, which actually finds its reflection on the mental health. Another issue: by fighting on the battlefield, practically each of our soldiers is worried about his or her own family. For example, an American soldier fighting in Syria is confident that his family is safe. Unfortunately, our soldiers cannot be that confident, and this is an additional traumatic factor. A war on one's own land may be a plus because we protect our own country, but at the same time it's a minus because very often we hear from our patients that they were actually at the school or kindergarten his or her kids attended. The same is about entering the deoccupied territories and seeing hundreds of civilians killed. And these are not military people, but these military soldiers, they see killed civilians. And we can continue this list. For example, the survival's guilt factor. There are lots of wounded and killed people because those who survived have to combat and overcome this guilt feeling. And there is another complication factor, which is the active phase of war. We can stabilize a person, we can give him or her motivation, but the war isn't going. Again, your comrade was killed, your family is in danger. So this ongoing war process is making it more and more complicated. And the final component is mild brain injury, the concussion, and this is the signature of war term. And this trauma is the trauma of war, but in Ukraine we have unprecedented number. And I would call it even the epidemics, because practically every soldier was under explosive way to this or that degree. Somebody had it once, and I know people who had 5 or even 7 episodes like this. Therefore, we are talking about accumulative effect, and we are going to have long-term effect or impact on the mental health. So you see how many angles our Ukrainian trauma has, and even the trauma is probably too complicated. And very often people discuss psychosomatic issues. Well, this is not the matter of discussion, I meant something else. It is said that the far further there is the real danger, the higher is the degree of somatization. So our somatic response actually is really high, and we see it in our patients. And once again, I'll come back to post-commotion syndrome. And you have heard probably that this is the most common comorbidity. If we follow MTBI, this will be one of the most commons. And this is something that we actually observing now. I'm talking about concussion, but concussion from explosive way is totally different from concussion in a car accident or some other household trauma. So we also have the acoustic trauma, and the neglect of this problem will actually give us lots of challenges later. I think that the course we are going to launch approximately in June will be very, very suitable and will come in handy for the family therapists, and because it will be the entry point for all the veterans, and I hope it will address many issues. This is the example of symptoms interference, which very often impose onto one another. It's very difficult sometimes to explain what's primary, what's secondary, because here we have this crossing, and this is actually the example of MTBI and PTSD, the most known example. Please show some more. We try to launch a media project describing this concussion trauma in the form of photos. All these people you see on the screen do not have any physical wound. They are not physically injured, but they are injured inside, and we have to treat them. And all of them are doing a lot for us, and they are doing lots of exclusive services for us, and we should give back these services to them when they come to us. And I would like to say one more thing. Taking into account this combination, complexity of trauma, comorbidity, high somatization, our team has taken an intuitive route for 9 years, but during the recent years we have launched and we have used a number of issues, and we have called it a multimodal model of restoring mental health. And talking about this somatization and organic component I was talking about, so because of this we use a number of additional therapeutic methods, and each patient who doesn't have any physical injuries still has sessions with physical therapists. So we pay lots of attention to physical therapy. We also apply biopsychosocial approach, and we have a social worker who has been working with us for 4 years, and this person really makes wonders. We also use an integrated approaches, integrated medicine that is developing in the world. So apart from classical psychotherapy and general somatic treatment, we also have neurofeedback therapy, enhanced sleep yoga, VR technology for a grounding technique, and guided visualization. Acupuncture is an incredible method that allows us to deal with somatic component. Additional physical therapy, animal therapy, art rehabilitation, and even relaxation techniques are used sometimes. For example, Reiki and some other Eastern practices, which help us address mental health disorders. And we are in search of new methods all the time. You cannot just use the same things all the time. On the 4th of May, we invite you to attend an international conference on psychedelic psycho-assistive therapy. We would like to discuss it without any stigma. We would like to take a proper approach to it. There will be representatives of the Ministry of Healthcare, representative of Canada and Israel, so it will be held both online and offline. We also do gardening therapy. It's a very good method that is closely related to our love to our lands. It's a psychotherapeutic technique with the help of gardening. And there are many, I can talk a lot about many other methods. In conclusion, I do respect our foreign partners, but one of the key principles of our center is to nurture the Ukrainian dignity and the Ukrainian identity. And we have lots of Ukrainian psychologists and experts that can train other people. And we have been operating since 2014. We have not treated any single civilian. We have been treating only the military people, the servicemen. And that's really great when foreign methodology is applied in Ukraine within the Ukrainian context. We try to evaluate whether it's good for our identity, our mentality, and our perception. Therefore, we are proud of our experts, of our specialists. And for example, we have had a 5-day training in relation to captivity for our experts, and there will be 2 more in June and in September. So I invite you to attend our trainings. And at the end, it's only like that. Thank you, Ksenia. If cloning procedures were allowed, and if we could clone Ksenia, not only as a head of a very strong rehabilitation center, but also as a neuropathologist, because this point of commotion trauma is not probably the top, the second issue, but the first issue. But when we are talking about neurologists, we actually lack neurologists in our hospital. But well, you also face this problem, but you have you, so it's easy a bit for you. Ksenia, thank you very much. We work, we go forward. I think that here in the audience we have people who are listening to us and who will be listening to other people who would probably say, we lack so many things. How we are going to get it? We'll get it. We'll do it. You should start with some small steps and still you move forward. You have a neuropathologist, you start with concussion, with commotion trauma. You have a psychotherapist, you start with psychotherapy. You have a psychologist, you use the services of a psychologist. Ksenia has put an emphasis on the treatment methods. There are pharmacological treatment methods, conventional treatment. There are certain procedures that we have to apply according to our protocol. But when we are talking about servicemen who have been tortured, using additional methods of treatment is an indication. This is mandatory actually. And today, among the speakers on this panel, we have quite specific selection of people, and we have Irina Chuzhinova, who is the head of the Directorate of Art and Cultural Information Policy of Ukraine. She is the Doctor of Philosophy in the area of performative arts. So why do we have here a representative of the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, and we have a person with a PhD in art here? Why do we have this person here? Because art is one of the key tools to feel the soul of a person. And here in our center, we use art therapy, painting, and all the guys who do not want to speak or who cannot talk or speak use this art therapy. And this is the combination of many things, MRI or CT. So This art therapy is this tool that allows you to establish the contact with the patient and identify his or her painful issues which are avoided by the patient, and avoidance is one of the key symptoms that should be addressed. So why have we invited you? This is one of the most progressive ministries in Ukraine, and you have a plan how to come to the hospital, how to come to rehabilitation centers such as in Borodyanka or our center, or how to come to any district hospital that will become the rehabilitation centers at the local level. So how to come to this hospital and bring the art that will heal the wounds of war. It's not an easy task, but I think the ministry has lots of resources.
I'm first of all very much grateful to you for your introduction to my speech. I think it's going to be a rather modest speech if compared with all the other speeches within your forum, because on the one hand, the Minister of Culture and Information Policy since 2014 has been mobilized in a way, and everything that is happening is just a continuation of our activity. Nothing new has in fact happened, because as the previous speakers and as the next speakers will probably mention, this is a unique war because this is the war of cultures, of world views, of ways of thinking, and this is the war of destruction, aimed at destruction of people, the language, the world. And as Yulia Laputina, the minister, has mentioned, the image of the shot Shevchenko is one of the symbols of the war, and this destroyed theater in Mariupol, this is one of the level of war traumas at the level of the nation. If I describe very briefly the condition in which we all are now, the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, that seems not to be directly involved in the war, in fact is engaged in everything that is happening, because everything that is happening is is happening for the sake of the front line of the defenders. Over the period since 2014 up till 2022 and even up till 2023, the art therapies practice and the art practices, which are, well, in fact, you call it art therapy, but there are a lot of art therapies, and the WHO has acknowledged art therapy to be one of the effective means of talking about traumas, because trauma is always silent. It's very difficult to work with traumas, and the projects I've been watching in the field of performance arts in the theaters. I can tell that, for example, there is the Veterans Theater in Ivano-Frankivsk, and it's difficult to describe it in words if you haven't ever watched any performance. And the result, art seems to be entertainment, but when you see a person who does not have trust in this life and in the future, and in the finals the person feels needed and feels that the experience he or she has got is also required, is also needed by someone. This is the direction which can now be discussed both within this forum and in the art dimension. The most valuable thing is that veterans, or people with the experience of the war, let me call it as a broader category, are creating art not just about war. It's just one of the important ways of their self-fulfillment, the ways to affirm that they have the voice and that the experience of everyone is important now. But at the same time, it's also an important piece of testimony for the nation, for the society, the testimony to what is now happening in the epicenter of the events. I think that art and culture are a tool that is also used for description, because sometimes we are lost for words while we strive to tell about what is happening. The plans of the Ministry of Culture include the hope to implement one of our projects entitled The Art to Help, or The Art of Helping. It's about the attempt of creating the network of art centers in Ukraine. The Ministry of Health has provided some consultations to us, and I'm really grateful to them for these consultations. We understand what the red lines are, what the role is, what the red lines that cannot be crossed are. We will not talk about psychological intervention and psychological corrections, because for this we really need experts, experienced and competent, qualified medical experts. Unfortunately, I have to point it out that now we have an increase in the pseudo art therapists who are offering their services, and that is also a problem, because if you work within the field of mental health, you should be a competent person, a professional. Nevertheless, we do have this plan how to replicate for the whole country the experience that we have currently got among artists. Let's take several examples. Besides art therapy, we also have in Europe some virtual reality techniques using which you can work with traumas related to loss of limbs or immobility. And VR also allows to deceive the brain and even work with phantom pains. And Piotr Pomenovsky has already launched this project with cave hospitals. Again, this is just an experiment now. The evidence-based medicine also has got its limitations, but I hope very much that we will manage to establish partnership with the centers of professional care. Also, we have Viktor Ruban and Lyudmila Mova, and for 7 years they have been dealing with developing recommendations for commanders. They work with commanders of units that are in the front line now, and they are sharing with them the practices of body therapy, or body-oriented practices, as we call them. These are the practices that enable to increase the level of concentration, to feel some relief, to remove some fatigue. Working with the body and knowing that trauma is also about an inability to relax, to come to an adequate condition. They work with the body, and that's their task. The task of the Ministry of Culture was to take the positive achievements and recommendations to understand how they could be further replicated. And at the lowest level, of course, these are the art therapy practices like casca therapy, it's like drawing, it's like writing essays for children via the network of art schools, or via the network of youth centers. We also have got some offers for such partnership, which would involve several ministries, because we need to discuss what is happening to us now, what we are experiencing now, not to transform the experience into a trauma. We need to have a dialogue in order to provide some relief to the unit that will work directly with the real trauma. At our level, we could actually reduce the load on that unit, or at least make referrals of people to professionals if we need that. In this specific case, they need professional care. To sum it all up, I would like to say that the Minister of Culture is ready for cooperation, for partnership at different levels, in different ways, and we hope that together we will manage to overcome the consequences of this war and to make a step to the future. Everything is going to be Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, Irina. Let me pass my best wishes to Mr. Minister. And you know, even in my best dreams, I couldn't have imagined that the director of the department from the Ministry of Culture is so much professional while telling about art therapy. That is a real benefit. It's a real progress. We are all together fighting for every single person. And one more thing, you know, you should be afraid. You should never be afraid. Art will never do harm. in Lviv, we now have a very interesting experience because together with the Academy of Arts from Lviv, we are developing a new workshop of ceramics. Clay is a universal, I mean wet clay is a universal mother. I know about this workshop. It's our institution. Great. So this means that we are already working with your institution. Thank you. And if, by the way, if we speak about theaters, we know Van der Holt and this well-known psychotherapist really recommends to use these therapies, so we really have a lot of work in this dimension. Please expand your department, take psychologists, psychotherapists, and I think that these will not be bureaucrats. We have here a person who is rebuilding something now, rebuilding the institution that has become the symbol of resilience. For those who don't know this, I should mention the town of Borodyanka. I think that all of you know this town. This is one of the first tragedies of this brutal war of Russia against Ukraine. And in that town, there has always been the center of social, psychological rehabilitation for residents that is called Borodyanka Center. And Lyudmila Boyko is here with us today to tell how they managed to build on the resilience to survive and to live over this trauma of self-destruction, and to also build on the resilience of other people who will definitely need this. Lyudmila, we are happy to see you here. Let me give the floor to you. Thank you, dear colleagues. Let me welcome all of you. And I would like to start with a little bit different thing, but you have changed the direction. And you know, when war broke out, Borodyanka was, and it still is, just a small town. It used to have about 16,000 residents, and within several days we got more than 1,000, just a little bit more than 1,000 residents in it. But what happened over those several days? What happened was destruction of the town, destruction of families, total destruction of infrastructure. And in that town, only one house remained. That is the Lyceum. It was damaged, but actually it was not fully destroyed. Just imagine one facility left and one small area with some cottages where some apartments were hit and destroyed, but some of them were still there. So the most awful thing was when people were trying to save themselves, but the enemy was shooting at them on their way. And all residents of multi-apartment buildings went to the basement because they thought that it was a shelter, but it appeared to be a grave for all of them without any exception. And there were more than 40 people in the basement of one of the 9-story buildings, and these people still were alive. They asked for help. We were trying to rescue them, and all the people who were trying to rescue them were just shot at. They were executed. It's not possible to perceive this. That was full-scale war, but we were still thinking that it's absolutely unrealistic. That is a movie, a kind of a horror movie. And in our center, we had a very powerful, a very good team of ATO participants of the anti-terrorist operation. Our centers have a long history, and we were united into one network, and we always applied informal approach to our work. We did not work for the sake of quantity. We wanted on the very first days to provide assistance to everyone, and even if one person was rescued, it means that you are not working in vain. And that approach helped us to become a very strong team. In ordinary inhabited settlements, And these small towns, small inhabited settlements became known all over Ukraine and in other countries, because now we have people from different countries undergoing probation in our centers, and we are exchanging experience. Our center united a large veteran cohort, and in 2018 we created the coordination council, and this council consisted of the representatives from each inhabited settlement of our region. We were not afraid to work. We were not afraid to quit working in a certain direction if we saw that it was no longer efficient, that something needed to be changed. And in our center, we had the territorial headquarters of the Territorial Defense Forces. And in the territory of our center, we had a battle. The battle, when you see soldiers and boys and girls just falling down when shot. These were boys and girls who didn't have weapons to fight the tanks. The tanks just shot at them. And 2 of our staff members perished there in this battle as well. But anyway, people decided to stay in Borodyanka. 4 of us stayed there. And when the situation became stable, we still didn't have connection. I mean, when they settled, when the orcs, the enemy settled in Borodyanka, there was no internet connection, mobile connection, but there was some face-to-face connection still. We were creating teams that were helping people just to survive. And on the second day after the occupation, we came back to the premises of the Lyceum. That was the only undestroyed premises. And we were given a small room there, and psychologists started working there. Each of us has got his or her losses, the losses that are irreparable. And we have just started working not to think. We have been working to forget about everything. And I see how our staff members were just exhausted, getting exhausted. And I understood that the most important thing was now to still preserve our team. And I was happy when the first people started coming back to Borodyanka. And these were our staff members as well. And we decided that every day we would record some bright events. And for about a month or a month and a half, we couldn't do this individually. I mean that even up till now, I'm not myself able to record one bright event for the day. We were trying to get together and tried to find these bright events. What was bright, what was positive about the day. But we couldn't do this individually, we could do this as a team. And today, Borodyanka is fighting for every millimeter of our recovery, so to say. We are feeling now the care of the president. He has given a large amount of money to us for recovery, and Mrs. Laputina, as the Minister of Veterans Affairs, is also helping us on a daily basis. And I think that our institution is a symbol of recovery of Borodyanka and the symbol of taking care of veterans. Everything was destroyed in Borodyanka, but we are now building a large, powerful center. And we were thinking, what would the ATO soldiers think about this? They are madmen in the positive sense of this word. They are going to the front line. They are trying to protect other guys with their shoulders, with their bodies. And they have brought their families to us. They have brought young people. Because young people see their example and they want to follow this example. And today we have united the families of veterans, the army members, and the community members. We have got all of them united to prepare the space for implementation of rehabilitation programs on the basis of our center, because rehabilitation programs are something we need badly. We are also supported by the team of the mental health from Vorzel. For many years we have been cooperating with this mental center. We just take our veterans, we go to Tatiana in the center, she's our friend. And you know, there are some pillars in all the countries, in all the centers, and these are the pillars that are highly reliable. But I didn't know Tatiana is here, but she's here, I can see her now. So, well, sorry for this, Tatiana, but really, this is a lady who is a reliable pillar for the development of mental health. You know, our veterans keep coming from different towns and cities. They come to us and ask us, please take us to that center, to Tatiana. Teamwork, you know, is the power and the strength that enables us not to be exhausted, not to lose faith, not to lose trust, not to give up. When you lose just a building, you still can preserve this strength and this power to keep working. We have all come back to our work, and we keep working as a multidisciplinary team. We cover 32 inhabited settlements. We also cooperate with the mental center of Vorzel and the All-Ukrainian School of Self-Care. And I will be happy to see the graduates of the school in this room, because the graduates of the school are the people who are now working throughout Ukraine, and we keep in touch with them. And what I would like to wish all those present in this room is to stay unbroken.
I was coming here and I thought what I would like to do here. You are the symbol of this invincibility. You are the symbol of each of us who is trying to find the way out, because not everywhere the state can address the veterans' issues as a primary point, and we have our own front line, because some people lost their families, some people lost their flats, and some people lost their jobs. And our task is to restore in the center that is being restored the attitude to the veteran, who is the main driving force for our state. I'm grateful to every veteran, to every family of the veteran. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and I invite you to attend the opening of our center, which will take place in October 2023. Thank you very much, Ludmila. I all the time think that however hard the Russians try, they didn't manage to destroy us. And the resilience you are talking about is testified by the fact that the center probably is ruined, but it's still open. It's open in the heart of every of your worker, of each patient you provide services to. And you have been talking about this multidisciplinary team. We do need lots of such centers in Ukraine. Definitely dozens, even not hundreds of them. And people do not think in unison in the same way, but people do think in unison. And the fact that you have met a person from your center here shows that we are thinking together, we are thinking in unison, and that means that we'll achieve success. And one more thing, it's a bit easier for us. Do you know why? In the past, we were neglected by the government, and they had to announce the competition for the vacancies. And for every vacancy, we sent one of our people, and actually we won 100%. And now the head of the culture department is a person who has been previously working with us. The head of the editorial board is our person, etc. So Borodyanka is yours. Yes, Borodyanka is ours. Therefore, it's a bit easier for us to work. Thank you, and let's applaud to our speaker. We really have to work a lot. PTSD and many other disorders related to stress, or probably and combined with body traumas, will actually be something millions of people will suffer in Ukraine. I'm talking both about civilians and servicemen. And unfortunately, and I'm a psychiatrist, and I have been working in a psychiatric hospital. Unfortunately, psychiatric hospitals won't be able to provide these services. They have already been doing it, but they cannot cope with it. And we need to drastically review and update psychiatric assistance in Ukraine. We have our proposals. Every multi-profile hospital should have, and it's okay according to legislation, so should have a psychiatric department, be it a district hospital, a city hospital. Let it be a psychiatric unit for 20 or 30 beds, and it will be cost effective. But what does it mean? It will mean that a person with a mental disorder will come to a destigmatized hospital, and this person will get psychiatric assistance. It's not expensive, it's not cardio surgery. So every hospital should have its own mental health center, both inpatient and outpatient unit. And this will be our institutional resilience, all national, all Ukrainian institutional resilience. Attention to mental health should be of utmost importance. And our flag bearer is the First Lady of Ukraine, who has a program about mental health. And we should give a prompt to the Ministry of Healthcare. We should say that we shall provide good and sustainable mental health services to those in need. And specialized centers will be the centers of excellence that will develop a high quality service and will provide these services at the local levels, be it regional, city or district hospital. It should be the way it works. And now I would like to once again ask Dr. Jacqueline Gart. I would like to hear her expert opinion because she's working a lot in the field of healthcare. So how should we build sustainable and robust mental health institutions under conditions of war, and also under conditions of a very complicated process of transgeneration trauma, the trauma we have been suffering for many generations and which will also a concern after this war. Dr. Hart?
That's a layered and complicated question. But when you talk about inpatient and outpatient, that's really crucial. In terms of inpatient models, that's actually been a standard delivery of care in the US for at least 20 years, more like 30. I mean, I trained, did my residency roughly 30 years ago, and that was the standard of care as long ago as that. So we've been working with Oleg and with his team, and we had a psychiatrist who's been in Boston for 3 months. She just came back late last night. She works at this hospital and this center, and she has been learning about that inpatient model of consult liaison psychiatric care. So as we were talking about earlier on the last panel, bringing, the best practices, the best evidence-based practices, and then figuring out through partnerships here how we can implement those approaches based on, cultural differences, different thought processes, et cetera. In terms of outpatient care, it's also insanely critical. And what I would say is that every type of practitioner within the medical system needs to have some basic skills in what's called trauma-informed care. Trauma-informed care is a systems-based approach that makes the assumption that trauma has essentially impacted the whole society, right? So a physician, no matter what their subspecialty is, needs some basic tools and skills when they're approaching that patient. Primary care providers, will be facing people with who have had trauma, no matter who they are. So even if it's not a specific diagnosis like PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, you have to assume from the outset that the person has internalized some degree of trauma. I think children, it is a tragedy if we don't break the cycle starting from, the grandparents to the parents to the children. So not only have the children been experiencing direct trauma themselves, and again, clinicians need the tools to be able to know how to approach them, but they're experiencing what's called intergenerational trauma. So the military coming home from the battlefield, there are specific things that they are at risk for, not just diagnosable things, but they're at risk for certain behaviors. So there's increased likelihood for domestic violence in the home, there's increased risk of substance use disorders, and all of those things in the environment of the home are gonna then impact the children. So trauma-informed care has to be the sort of philosophy and approach that permeates all subspecialties. And when we've been working with a whole variety of specialists who come and train at Harvard institutions from Ukraine, so multiple kinds of surgeons, psychiatry, infectious disease, general family medicine, we incorporate the study of trauma-informed care while they're there, with the intent of they're bringing practices back and disseminating the tools. When kids experience trauma indirectly or directly, we refer to that as adverse childhood experiences. Some people refer to it as, instead of ACEs, as traces, trauma, and adverse childhood experiences. They are at significant risk for all sorts of issues and problems. So they're at risk for experiencing depression and anxiety themselves. They're at risk for developmental delays. They're at risk for educational setbacks, and they're at risk not just as children, but for their lifetime for non-communicable diseases like heart disease and diabetes. So if we're not getting at the sources as a society, as a culture, as a community, as a family, then the kids are the folks that are going to suffer the most.
Thank you. Yeah.
I hope we all have understood that every hospital, every healthcare institution should become a trauma-informed institution, providing trauma-informed care. And in order to do it, a surgeon, a family doctor should have some basic knowledge of psychic trauma and its treatment. This is the basic task of ours. And who should teach us? We should teach ourselves. There is a very good of the previous rehabilitation center who wanted to launch a concussion webinar, but there should be more webinars like this. When we opened our psychiatric unit in 2018, we were not prepared for the war. Now we have 28 beds in our unit, but do you know how many patients we have who are provided services by our doctors? 80, 100 and more. Where do we take them? These patients are in every department, in cardio unit, in urology unit, in oncology unit, and it will be the situation in every hospital. And our task is to understand it and to learn what we can do about it. From the first day of war, we are given support, we were taught, we were educated by our colleagues from Yale University. And actually, the former dean and the former head of the art school of Yale University, Marta Kuzma, is the Ukrainian by origin. And she said we have to do something in the area of mental health. And she brought her colleagues from PTSD Center of Yale University Medical School. And today we have a professor of this center, a director of this center, professor of Yale University, Ilan Harpas-Rotem. Ilana, thank you very much for joining us and your condensed vision of a diagnostic model, treatment of PTSD, and the most important model of teaching how we can recognize PTSD and provide assistance at the early stages. Could you please talk about it?
For having me here. Yale University in heart supporting Ukrainian and unbroken, and we will continue this partnership, and I'm here with my body to support you. I'm in awe, amazed by the strength and resilience of the Ukrainian people in this horrible war, and and you're doing amazing. Every one of you is doing amazing work, and you're doing it right, I would say, and just continue to do what you're doing. But I think there is always a small window to learn new things. That's how we get better with what we do. And never underestimate a neurologist. Sigmund Freud was a neurologist, and he is the father of psychotherapy. So thank you for the work that you're doing. It's amazing. So yeah, PTSD, we see trauma. You can see trauma in the body. You can see a bullet entry and exit. You can see a broken bone. You can see tear tissues. They're invisible, and people talk about it. It's the psychological trauma that it's invisible. And we know, we're doing a lot of research that trauma has a big impact on the brain. PTSD changed the way that we process information. So we start to fear things that are safe. We're not longer feeling safe in so many places. So we see danger where there is no danger. We also learned that the brain developed a huge intolerance to ambiguity. So they try to push any ambiguity just not to get this anxiety about ambiguity. And treatment going untreated, it's going to cause, as people mention, heart disease, but also neurodegenerative disease in the long term. So it's important, comorbidity with depression and 50%, and with substance abuse 50%. But if you go to people that are not treated, and then they come with drug abuse problem, you know that 80% of people with drug abuse have PTSD that went untreated. So this is a huge, huge problem. And again, the idea is a whole team approach that you are already implementing. I don't want to be too repetitive, but the team's working together, and it's the most essential part of the treatment. And there is, in what we learn in research, that there is trauma-focused psychotherapy that really can work now in a very intensive way. You can provide it in people in the hospital going through some other rehabilitation process. You can deliver it intensively in 2 to 3 weeks, and 50% will get better. That meaning that, in our clinic we treat 3,000 military persons per year. So if we can move 50% out and continue with long-term psychotherapy with only 1,500, we open another 1,500 slots that clinician can take new patients. So it's really, we need to sometimes to change the way that, the old thinking that psychotherapy needs to go for a year and treat for long terms. And again, the new approach for using psychedelics, opening the mind to new approach, although there seems to be, a lot of fear around it, we show and we know that there is a huge potential when we involve other medications that alternate and help people to think. So this is kind of the new frontiers that we need to rethink about it. What I think children, and I cannot underemphasize, we already did some training with the Unbroken Project, bringing a team from the Yale Child Study Center to build a model of how to prevent PTSD in children after exposure to trauma. So you're doing early intervention in the 6 months after the exposure. You can reduce dramatically the risk. And again, children, the brain is very plastic, it's changing. So you can create changes that in adults will take longer time. You can make a huge change or change in life. And this is extremely important, like building this capacity in, and I hope the minister is here, just to put the money into rehabilitation and treating trauma in children. I think this is tremendous. With veterans, I think, when you think about veterans, they're going and they're growing at home, and then they're being sent to war, and then, they have no sense of what to do in the civilian world when they discharge. And this is something very important, that you have a whole care approach with work therapy. And we learned that work therapy, if you do research, it's extremely helpful. You place people even in a rehab in some kind of work. It's accelerate the rehabilitation process too. So you create work for them in a hospital, they become to take part. We created peer support program in the Department of Veteran Affairs that veterans become counselors. They're going through like 3 months training. They don't have to do a master or anything, but they see it and facilitate group and help other people to get better. So this is a very strong and powerful approach to recovery. One very important, after hearing about the heartbreaking stories of the victim of torture in the Russian, in the US and in Israel too, you can't send redeploy or re-enlist people that were in prison. This is kind of something that need to be changed and really taking very, very seriously here. And again, we are here to support and continue to train wherever there is a need, and again, you're doing, all of you, amazing job. Thank you for hosting me.
Дякую ще раз. Thank you, Ilan. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your partnership, and I think we shall work together. We have a lot of work to do together. And our final speaker, and a very important speaker for today, is Dr. Orduig, who is the Associate Professor at the Department of Israeli Ben-Gurion University. He's a Major of Israeli Army. He's a clinical psychologist, and he has been trained in Yale University. And actually, he also is the one who has been supporting us from the very beginning of war. But there was a unique event related to him that was actually a breaking point in our relationship. At one of the first trainings, when we somehow got lost, when we didn't know what to do, how we should move forward, or looked at us and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a war and you have to survive in this war. And this has changed a lot for us. We were looking for people who could train us, and we have found these people, and there are not many people like this. I'm talking about NATO psychiatrists, and it's understandable why. These are American research centers who work for the Ministry of Defense, and these are Israeli psychologists, Israeli doctors, because they are talking about something they have been going through for 70 years. They are fighting for their survival. I'm really grateful for Ori for joining us. Could you please share with us the system of Israeli resilience? It's difficult to understand what resilience is if you do not live with it. Show this resilience to us, at least a bit. Дякую, Олег.
I just want to join. You're talking about show us resilience, and I think when I came here, I looked and saw resilience already. So, and I'm at awe with how much strength you show, you specifically, and all of you here. I want to just give some examples and to try to be brief, of course, about the general idea of resilience in civilian population now. We can talk about the army.
Excuse me, can you take the microphone closer?
Yeah, okay, wow, okay. So we can talk about the army in a later opportunity, but in Israel we have, well, every region almost in Israel possibly can be under some kind of a rocket attack, and in that aspect we have what we call resilience centers, and those centers are community-based, and the general idea of those centers is, on top of allowing or implementing some group therapy or individual psychotherapy, they are also educating people from specific neighborhoods or specific villages on how to promote resilience in their own communities. Basically with the general idea of achieving individualized intervention based on people who know you already. So if, let's say, a rocket landed somewhere, the person who will respond, who will help me regain my resilience, let's say, will be someone I already know from my community. So he knows me, he knows how I react in normal situations, and now he will be able to address me specifically. And this requires, well, it requires some organization, but not a lot of education, because the basic idea of how to react in acute stress reaction is relatively easy to kind of implement. And while you have that, you can just kind of create a hierarchy from the resilience center, let's say in Lviv, toward those specific community volunteer groups in each of the neighborhoods or streets even. And then in a moment of alarm or something like that, they can just snap into action. And to just give you an example of what do I mean when I say snap into action, I'm sorry, so before I came here, a few days before I came here, I live next to the Gaza Strip, so we had some rough night with some rockets and a lot of explosions and noise. So we had some trouble sleeping on that night. I woke up and I have 3 kids, mind you. So I woke up in the morning, opened my phone, you know, FOMO, huh? And looked at the WhatsApp, and I received a WhatsApp message from my older boy. He's 6th grade, I received a WhatsApp message from the teacher of my daughter. She's third grade. And I received a WhatsApp message from the kindergarten teacher of my youngest one. So all of those teachers send us WhatsApp messages, and and I received another one from my own kind of place's community resilient group that I was talking about. And the general concept of all of those was very similar. It's like, we had a rough night. You might feel overwhelmed. Here are some things that you can do, very simple steps. Here is some ideas of how you can communicate what happened to your children and how you can help them relax. It's very important to keep routine, and you can reach out whenever you want to me or to these numbers. Very simple intervention, very efficient. So at least, like, even when you wake up, you know you have, like, someone was thinking about that while you had that night. And I think you are on this way already, if I understand correctly. But this helps a lot to kind of promote the idea that I am not alone in what I feel and what is happening to me specifically. Thank you.
Actually, I wanted to let Or speak at the end of our panel. We were talking about complicated traumas, complicated interventions, complicated diagnostic procedures, but prevention of PTSD, any other disorders, somatic disorders related to stress, and there are actually dozens of them. So prevention of these things starts with WhatsApp or text message from a kindergarten teacher who says to the parents of a kid, it was a rough night. Just let your kids do this and that, behave in this or that way, and it costs nothing, but it means a lot. You have to train this kindergarten teacher. You have to train the local authority to introduce this communication system, and you have to maintain it throughout your life. And this is our task, the task of doctors, psychologists, psychotherapists. We should be the one who talk to the authorities. Now we do not have some abstract authorities. Each one of us is the authority. So let's introduce this training system for the kindergarten teachers, how we can help our kids survive through the war trauma. And then this intergenerational trauma that was mentioned by Dr. Hart will become not a weapon of the enemy against us, but our weapon against our enemy. Dear panelists, I'm really grateful to you for being with us. This is the international team of experts. This is the international team who will help those in need. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hosting us. See you later. And the administrators ask
Dear colleagues, please take your seats because we're going to start in 2 minutes. Just we start in a minute. Good afternoon, dear friends. Thank you for coming back. And let me remind you that on your badges, you've got the QR code on the reverse side, and you could go to those QR codes and see pictures from today's and yesterday's event downloaded, rather uploaded for you to have good impressions. And we continue with our International Rehabilitation Forum in Lviv, and we have the people here who are developing the rehabilitation system in Ukraine, our foreign partners who are helping with their experience and support. And we truly believe that by our joint effort, we will ensure uninterrupted, ongoing rehabilitation of Ukrainians in Ukraine. Our next topic is pediatric rehabilitation, rehabilitation of children traumatized by war, which is a very deep topic because children are supposed to have the best things and the best care in this world, but now we are facing some psychological and physiological peculiarities in the process. And the facilitator will be Yuri Azori, who is the TV broadcast presenter and a psychologist. Let me give the floor to her. Good afternoon, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear participants. Thanks to all those who are not indifferent to this topic and who understand how important it is for us to deal with rehabilitation of children and adults, which is both psychological and physical rehabilitation. That's why I will be grateful to you for any questions in case we have some time left, because the agenda is rather tight and the speakers really have a lot of knowledge and experience that they would like to share with us for each of you to realize how important it is. You want me to take my seat, right? Okay. So for all of you to realize how important it is to really not be staying aside. So let me present our today's speakers. These are the speakers who are offline and two speakers who will join us online. So this is Huda, who is a pediatric physical therapist of the National Rehabilitation Center Unbroken. I think that we can upload to him personally, deviating from the protocol, because these people are really very shy and modest, but their daily work should not be underestimated. We also have Olha Shevchenko, pediatrician of the National Rehabilitation Center in Islamny. Andriy Dvorakevich, pediatric surgeon of the center in Broken. And online, we will have Peter Hirsch, who is the founder and the president of the American Company on Prosthetics and Rehabilitation, and Sandra Ramdial, who is the head of clinical activity in Holland Blackview Kids Rehabilitation Hospital. So let's start with Mr. Andriy Dvorakevich. Patients and colleagues claim that he is a god in his domain. He is just one of the few experts in Ukraine who can use the Da Vinci robot for a surgery. And the things he does actually allows us to trust in our future and to trust in the rehabilitation of us and our children. So let's start with you. I know that you have the presentation. Just one minor thing. Each speaker has no more than 20 minutes. You've got the headsets in case you need simultaneous interpretation. And if there is any time left, we will have a Q&A session at the end. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for your remarks. And recently, over the 2 recent years, we have really been using the robotic system Da Vinci, but we faced another challenge a year ago. We changed our review of what we are doing in general, but we still keep using Da Vinci now. Starting with the 24th of February 2022, Lviv hosted over 5 million Ukrainians up till now. These are IDPs. From the delineation line, from the front line, we have more than 1,000 kilometers to Lviv. And quite often, we got some children who came by evacuation trains or by ambulances to the clinics of Dnipro, Kramatorsk, Kharkiv, and quite often that pass took more than 2 days because unfortunately the sky is closed for us and air mobile transportation is not working for the moment. Over this period of time, we have provided assistance to more than 6,000 temporarily displaced children and 350 have been heavily wounded, and these are also the children that have been helped by us. So we don't have medical transportation. It has stopped, and that's why it creates additional challenges for us. We hosted children who came by ambulance, and let me express my gratitude to paramedics from Norway, the US, from Poland. They helped us to learn how to transport children. What about the challenges? Because that is quite a long distance. So we faced some challenges, some conditions. In particular, I, over my 26 years of work in pediatric surgery, faced for the first time, and that was difficult for me. And our colleagues who were staying side by side with us actually also saw this, in particular those who came to the St. Panteleimons hospital. So they saw my frustration and they really helped us a lot. We experienced new types of traumas like amputation, burns, blast injuries. And the combination was quite a frequent event. And the first child was Yana Stepanenko, who was evacuated from the notorious railway station in Kramatorsk. And together with her mother, she came here, and there was her brother, Svetoslav. So our paramedics from Norway came here, and she's a really great girl. But her mother had one leg amputated, had 2 legs were amputated, so it was a real challenge for us. We prepared the prosthetic device for 4 months. We prepared the stump, and in my life that was the first patient like that for whom we were preparing a stump, and we didn't have any experts here in place, but with the help of others, within 4 months, we managed to develop the stump with the help of our colleagues from abroad. And colleagues from abroad told that it's fine now. We didn't have any other experience of that, so we sent her to San Diego, and there, Jana, together with her mother, have already made their first steps. And I think that Peter will tell about this in detail today. So thanks a lot for your help. The other children, well, we had several children with amputation, and we got quite an experience when we had a girl from Zaporizhia region, and there was a blast injury. She had to undertake guillotine amputation because of broken glass, and this new experience was coordinated by the US and Norwegian colleagues, and the infection supported, and the infection was also there, but the right approach helped us transport this child several weeks later to Germany, and there was prosthetics performed there. Then we established their prosthetics workshop, and this enabled Ukrainians to do this prosthetics here without sending patients abroad. And the first child with whom we worked in prosthetics here, this is Bionic Prosthetics, the Auto Block company. This was the girl, and this helped us start treating Ukrainians here in Ukraine to complete the whole cycle, from meeting the child up to the preparation of the stump and coordination with prosthetic experts at what level this should be done, and preparation for the completion, for the right development of this prosthetic device. What about the major problems that we have faced? These are infections in the stump. And quite often children came from the east with the so-called war bacteria, which is Acinetobacter, which is Klebsiella. And before developing the stump, we needed to treat the stump, to treat the infection, to treat the limb. Unfortunately, reamputations are a frequent phenomenon because, you know, children are growing, and quite often they need to have their prosthetic devices replaced. Also, we have the so-called compartment system. Hospitals, but doctors there just had to stop hemorrhage and to develop stump and to send the child further on. They didn't have enough time. So we really have seen all the challenges, and together with our colleagues from abroad, we did this reamputation and repeat stump development. Phantom pain. This was also a challenge for us, but we managed to somehow deal with this. We learned to deal with this, and I think that now our children have fewer cases of phantom pain. Then too long bony stumps led to repeat amputation, but we managed to develop stumps in a proper way, and our colleagues who still face some problems with children who had reamputation abroad stopped having this problem. There is no longer need for reamputation in many cases. As far as target muscle reinnervation is concerned, we still don't do this, but we are now taught by our colleagues how to do this. In this photo, you can see a 7-year-old boy, Roman. He came from Vinnytsia. Well, his mother unfortunately died, and the child was transported to our hospital. It is a burn, a severe condition, and our colleagues from the German clinics had this child transported there. And now the child is supposed to come back to Lviv, and here we will have some other cosmetic surgery operations. In January, we faced a new burn type. This is not the burn as a result from the blast injury in the front line, but in small villages, even in Lviv region, like Turka Brode, That's when children used alternative energy sources due to power outages, like candles. Children were doing their home assignments when their parents used some candles or some gas lamps, and they got burns, severe burns. We could have about 10 children like this per week, and it was a new challenge for our burn surgeons. Unfortunately, you know, Russia has destroyed almost 80% of or 70% of the critical energy infrastructure, and this has led to the increase in the number of such burns. And here are all the cases that you see, the burns resulting from the use of alternative methods of lighting and energy. Many children, after their condition was stabilized, went to Swiss clinics, Prague clinics, German clinic, and you can see also electric burns. And unfortunately, there have been a number of cases among children. About 20 children have got so severe burns that we were not able to save them, to save their lives. What about the challenges? Our burn surgeons are no longer using transplantation of the so-called cadaver skin or animal skin or dermal substitute. And it was for the first time that in Ukraine the skin of a dead patient was used. Unfortunately, we don't have that level of experience of free flap use, but our colleagues are now undergoing training in German and Swiss clinics, and they will learn how to do this advanced operations. We had to act, and in St. Nicholas Clinic we have the skin bank, and here is the first child, the first patient in Ukraine who got this transplantation of skin from a dead patient. Here is Roman. After numerous surgical operations in German clinics, he's going to come back to Lviv, and his dream is that after specific rehabilitation he would like to play his favorite music instrument, which is accordion. Our colleagues who went abroad actually saw the difference in the conditions in the bandage rooms, in other rooms, in the wards, where you have anesthesia of patients, and they understand what needs to be changed, and that's why we're having repairs in St. Nicholas Clinic right now. What else? We are trying to keep improving all the time in terms of reconstructive and plastic surgery, and our plastic surgeons go abroad to their clinics, and our medical nurses go to those clinics, and they also learn there how to take care of small children of this younger generation. What about blast injuries and the results of shelling? So let me show you another challenge that we had. Here is Artem, who was wounded. This was a combined trauma. He got it in Kharkiv. This was a breast injury, and by the way, that was the case when Russia used banned cluster bombs. So he had the diaphragm trauma, breast trauma, and the intestine trauma. That was another challenge for us because we didn't have a previous experience like this. So we involved our colleagues who were working at that point in time in the St. Pantelemon's clinic. And here you can see the team of our doctors, a doctor from the US and from the UK. So we joined our effort, and we actually managed to make Artem recover. Well, we sent a lot of children abroad for treatment, but his mother didn't want to go to other countries. She wanted to have him treated here, and there were more than 15 surgical interventions, and after that he was handed over to our rehabilitation experts, to Serhiy to be more specific, and as a result of that the patient went to Kharkiv together with his mom, and now he's keeping in touch with our colleagues, with our rehabilitation expert, and this patient feels rather well. What about the challenges? Well, we have faced new types of traumas. That's, of course, a challenge. And that made us learn all the time, keep learning, go abroad, learn from our colleagues who came to work here on a daily basis. We were learning from them in the surgery room, in the ward. We were borrowing their treatment protocols, in particular, and PVT, which is the wound treatment via active drainage, the treatment under pressure. So we also changed our approach to antibiotic therapy. We are using new solutions for a wound treatment. And this gave us a new boost in terms of improvement of the care we provide to our children after surgery. Our patients had soft tissue traumas. We didn't know how to fill in the gaps, to compensate for those defects. I've mentioned that we don't have the experience of using free flaps, which is relocating tissues on the vessel stem. And our colleagues came from abroad, and for example, you can see Dr. Roberto coming from Monza, from Italy. And he just worked as a volunteer for several months in our clinic, and he taught us to use artificial skin. And by the way, he brought it with him. And this is very expensive treatment that really helped us a lot in supervising our patients. We learned how to treat deep blast injuries, deep wounds, using high-tech technologies and artificial skin, which really helped us a lot. And when Roberto went back to Italy, we again had some challenges how to do bandage, because we didn't have the full-fledged experience of doing this. But using telemedical equipment, he provided consultations to our colleagues right in the surgery room, and he really helped us a lot every minute we needed his help. What about combined injuries? Unfortunately, these are the patients we had, and we have got some experience. Of course, we would like this experience to last on and on. But thanks to the fact that children from the front line are now, due to the fact that they are now brought to the west of Ukraine, to the center of Ukraine, we don't have that many of such children with combined injuries from the front line coming to us. We are happy about that. But anyway, we've now got the experience, and in case any of our colleagues here in Ukraine or abroad will need this experience, we will be able to share it. But I wouldn't like actually you to have this experience anew. And there are thousands of stories like that. Like I've mentioned, we really want Ukrainians to be treated here in Ukraine. That is our Yana Stepanenko with her mother at the opening ceremony of the Unbroken Center last year. And here is our National Rehabilitation Center. So let me mention just once again that the goal is treatment of Ukrainians here in Ukraine. And it's really true that together we will overcome all this. Together we are unbroken. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. It was Andriy Dvorakevich, who is the children's surgeon of Unbroken Center. So we have been trying to meet our time frames, and you were actually just to the last second. So in case somebody has a question, there will be later a chance to do it. We are talking about the importance of this multidisciplinary team and multidisciplinary approach. And our next speaker is Serhiy Huda, who is a physical therapist of the Unbroken Center, will talk about his cases and the challenges he faced, because he has lots of unique patients. For example, there are two boys from Serhiyivka in Donetsk region, and He was treating these boys, he was trying to save them. It was a girl from Mykolaiv region, Sofia, who has had her rehabilitation period and is trying to come back to normal life. Sergei, you have the floor. Good afternoon, my name is Sergei Huda, I'm a physical therapist. Thank you very much, Andrei, for your great presentation. And I would like to say that our work starts with surgeries or manipulation rooms. We really follow a multidisciplinary approach, and this multidisciplinary team is the basis for successful result. Since February 2022, we have faced a new type of trauma. And there are no protocols, there are no targeted treatment protocols, because we are talking about very individual stories and there are no universal approaches. And I would like to show how we operate. The patients you see now are our kids, the kids who have been treated in our center. This is the way success will look like, in my opinion and in the opinion of my team. And here you see that the patient is in the center and all the rest is around the patient. So this is patient-oriented approach, and it depends on the needs of the patient, on the needs of his or her parents, that the rehabilitation model is developed. You see that among the experts are the doctor, and it may be a physical rehabilitation doctor who is treating the patient at the subacute stage, occupational therapist that assists the patient with getting dressed or with moving. And I would like to focus on one of the points here, and I'm talking about the relatives of the patient. It's really important for us to engage them into rehabilitation process, and our therapy is going on with the support of patients' relatives. So we do not take our patients somewhere. Our patients and the relatives of the patients are participating in the very process, and they also have certain tasks to complete together with us. This is the communication between the members of this interdisciplinary team. For example, there is no leader in terms of decision making. This is the horizontal communication. We listen to each other depending on the request of the patient. For example, I am a physiotherapist, and it's really important for me to hear what the psychotherapist says, and I will take these remarks into account. So this is the scheme of our interaction and communication. This is the scheme we see at our team meetings, and we discuss all these types, all these needs and requests of the patient, and we discuss how the therapy process will be going on. This is international classification of functioning. And the needs and requests of the patients will later be broken down into some more detailed elements. So we do not simply ask the patient, what do you want to achieve? And he or she answers, I would like to walk. Because if the patient says, I would like to be able to walk to school, and this is a specific request, and then we build our activities around this request. Also, I would like to say that all our activities are based on evidence. So this is evidence-based medicine. We do not choose certain interferences or interventions just because we want them to be used. We use only evidence-based methods and methodologies. This is the algorithm of our activity. First of all, we examine the patient using our own clinical tools. Later, we analyze the examination results. We make prognosis, we plan our therapy, and then the very intervention takes place. And later, we evaluate our intervention, whether it was useful for the patient, whether everything was done correctly. In case it's necessary, we do re-evaluation and choose another way of treatment. I would like to mention the key elements that differentiate children's trauma from that of adults. Evidence-based approach is of utmost importance, and in order to ensure this evidence-based approach, one should have a very good examination procedure and check-up procedure. And the point is that there are not many clinical tools for examining such kids. For example, there is an international scale called ASIA, ASIA, that allows to evaluate or to make prediction about the fact whether the patient will be able to walk. And if you see a girl in one of the photos, her name is Lisa, and it was a blast injury, and actually spinal cord was injured. And we were not able to properly predict the way she will rehabilitate because there are no clinical tools to do it. She's only 2.5 years old. And the available tools allow to make a prognosis from the age of 6 years. That means the more clinical tools we have, the better we'll build our therapy, and the quicker we'll get the results for our patients. But it happens so that rehabilitation develops most quickly during the wartime, and we unfortunately have our own experience. We have experience of working with blast injuries since 2014, and for us, this situation now, having these kids, is something new because before we had probably 1 or 2 kids a year. Now we have about 350 kids with such severe injuries. So these scales are really important. And again, in this slide, you see an SCT image of the patient, and you see that there is this tiny spot at the back, and it was in the front. It was actually the shrapnel that went through the brain. This is the image of a girl called Sophia, and her mother was trying to cover her with her body, but unfortunately still one shrapnel hit her. And I would like also to show a video. Some other challenges are assistive devices or orthosis devices. In case somebody cannot make some movements, we can compensate it. And in medical technology, the conventional ones, you can find 60% of everything you need, but We are talking about the ones for children, and they were not available in Ukraine, and we were trying to cooperate with our foreign partners in order to find these assistive devices. They are very specific. And here you see two photos, two slides. This is a boy who is actually holding a spoon, and there is this orthotic device on his hand. We produce them ourselves. We buy special low temperature plastic, or we buy special polymeric bandages, and we make them ourselves. We are very grateful to our colleagues and partners, but in order to get them from abroad, it takes some time. And our primary point is that from the very first day, the patient should start his or her rehabilitation. This is Sophia. I was talking about somehow the video is not in good position. And this shrapnel caused neurological deficit. Half of her body was paralyzed. And we took lots of efforts in order to ensure her rehabilitation, and we've made it. We were successful about it. We faced a number of other challenges, amputations including. And here you see the stories. The most severe challenge for us were the patients with burns, because in order to ensure their rehabilitation, one should meet a number of conditions. So our surgeons, traumatologists, neurosurgeons really save the lives of the patients. And our team is trying to make this life a quality life, because it's important to save somebody's life. But a patient should be able to sit, should be able to walk, and if it is a skin transplantation, if you do not engage the patient into rehabilitation process, it will lead to scarring, and then as a result there will be complications and more surgeries will be needed. And you see that the major therapy exercises are done in manipulation rooms. These children are under anesthesia because in this way they can tolerate pain better. You understand that this is a totally different story. You have to still somehow find some approaches to them. But once again, we try to start working as early as possible from the very first days. And I would like to again show an example. This is one of our patients. He has 63% of burns, and you see that the first session is in the intensive care ward. So we are not waiting for the patient to be transferred to the usual ward. We have very good communication with our patients. We see them many times a day. We know all the information from the very beginning, and in case there are no counterindications or restrictions, immediately the patient is engaged into doing some work. Such patients also have some respiratory complications. This is Artem, who my colleague was talking about. The point is that his respiratory functions were not functioning properly, and he has taken 2 or 3 steps, and he was gasping for air. There were breathing difficulties, and again, it required lots of effort, starting with occupational therapist, a psychologist, a profile doctor, physiotherapist. So lots of efforts should be taken in order to rehabilitate such patients. And I would like to mention another complication. Sometimes kids come without their parents. For example, their parents have been killed, and we become their parents because they stay with us for a long time. We try to take care of them. We spend time with them. And believe me, it's not an easy task either. And definitely, you all understand how much attention these kids need. And when you have a child as your patient, it means you have three patients because the two others are his or her parents, and they also need your attention, and you should also spend lots of time with them. And sometimes treatment even takes less time than talking to parents. Unfortunately, this is our reality. And I would like to show another patient of ours. His name is Yasha. He came to us with his brother, Volodya. Volodya also had rehabilitation with us. The Russian rocket hit their flat directly, and the parents were killed immediately. Volodya was more fortunate. He had brain injury, shrapnel wound, there was arm fracture and neuropathy of the nerves. So, and I call him lucky because Yasha had even more complicated story. He had a great number of shrapnel wounds. There was forearm fracture, and also he had a very severe shrapnel wound that led to the rupture of one of his arteries, and we had either to close the artery and save his lives, but the matter is that the circulation is developed with kids in a slightly different way. He was saved alive, the artery was closed, but due to this there was a hypoxia and a stroke happened, and it affected half of his brain, and now it is a 1-minute video about 4 months of our work. Glory to Ukraine. And the last episode of the video is Austria when they were at the meeting in support of Ukraine. Thank you very much for your attention. What I want to say is that blast injury in kids is a totally different story, and these types of injury requires lots of multidisciplinary efforts. Thank you, Mr. Huda. As you've understood, his major specialty is strokes, blast injury, shrapnel wounds, and many other things. And I re-evaluated my strengths by agreeing to moderate this panel discussion because, well, I'm very sorry for my emotions, but I'm human, and what you are doing is one more proof that you are incredible people. Thank you very much for what you are doing. Thank you for these team efforts. Thank you for kids whose lives you save. Our next speaker is Peter Hirsch, and he's with us online. Therefore, dear audience, please take headphones for interpretation. Peter Hirsch is the founder and president of the American company on rehabilitation and prosthetics, and he helps people return to their normal life. And with his team, Peter is also training the patients to participate in some sport competitions. He uses innovative prosthetic methods. Moreover, he rehabilitated Stepanenko's family from Kramatorsk. It was a mother and a daughter who lost their limbs. And you have seen those photos. Mr. Hirsch, hello. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your work. Could you please tell us what methods, prosthetic methods you use, and how does your company work in rehabilitating Ukrainian patients? What about our cooperation?
Hello? Sandra, can you hear me?
Так, ми вас чуємо, і у нас є yes, we have translator. Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I do not have a presentation, but I know Sandra does, so I'm excited about that. My name is Peter Hirsch. I have a company, Peter Hirsch Prosthetics in San Diego.
Ну, а може перекладач сказати, що немає звуку?
2004, 2005. In 2006, I became the director of prosthetics for the Naval Hospital in San Diego. And there I treated around the clock for many years blast wound injuries. And in 2012, I started my own rehab center in San Diego. We do in-house physical therapy and occupational therapy through subcontracting, but most of my patients have been double and triple amputees, very complex athletes, young and old, Paralympians. And I was fortunate to be asked by the ambassador in the United States, Aswana, to support Ukraine's prosthetic needs early on. And in June of 2022, we brought over Yana and her mom, Nadia, two of the patients that I see that were on one of the earlier presentations. They sustained blast wounds at a train station. My experience, also we brought in a 15-year-old young man, boy, who was run over by a tank by the Russians, and unfortunately he lost his father. So we continue to take and support Ukraine, but my experience, what I think I'm sharing here mostly is that when we started with Yana, children are growing nonstop. What I've seen in the Ukrainian children and women and men that we are treating in San Diego are no different than the blast wounds that our U.S. Marines and soldiers have sustained in Afghanistan and Iraq. We are looking at really a high rate of HO, or heterotopic ossification. Both Yana and one of our 15-year-old boys had to have revision surgeries at Rady's Children's Hospital in San Diego due to some bone growth, some challenging residual limbs. We don't criticize anybody or anyone in Ukraine. I think you're doing an extraordinary job. And I think most of the time the surgeons are looking at saving a life. But sometimes these amputations, what we're noticing, don't have beveled distal tibias, maybe a little shorter fibula on our transtibial. The strength of the Ukrainians, of course, is that they all want to come home. So we bring in each patient here, each Ukrainian that has sustained a limb loss for at least a year. We believe in getting the foundation right. We are working through growth of children. We're looking at weight gains and height gains. And prosthetics takes a long time to get it right. Anybody can make a leg or an arm, but the key is to take them to the next level and to be able to educate them how to maintain their prosthesis and be able to continue using it long term. We've had to make multiple check sockets as we've gone through surgeries and growth with the children. And overall, I believe we are doing very well. Yana is going to school full-time here in the United States. She's wearing her legs anywhere from 7 to 9 hours, I think, per day, which is wonderful after her surgeries. Nadia, her mom, is doing very well, wears her leg full-time. But the challenge, of course, is for Ukraine, and why I'm supporting the Unbroken, is that there's going to need some experience on how to cast, fit, and to maintain these type of complex amputations. And so, this comes with experience. You can do something 500 times. It doesn't mean you're doing it right, but you will get the experience. And so I think when we're looking at the long term for these thousands of amputees and the young kids that we're caring for here that will come back to Ukraine, is creating a skill set for prosthetists and technicians and to physical therapists and occupational therapists to care for these people for the next 50 or 60 years. Their legs will not be growing back. And so we've had a lot of challenges here with these blast wound patients, because here in the United States, you have 3 DOD centers. You have Walter Reed on the East Coast, you have Brooke Army Medical Center in San Antonio, and you have the Naval Medical Center in San Diego. And that's what I started, that program, and ran that. And you have a complex care unit there with the surgeons, with plastics, with orthopedics, with physical therapy and occupational therapy, prosthetics and orthotics. And if you're looking at getting success, that type of infrastructure has to be put in place. But my experience has been that you can have a beautiful structure and you can have a lot of academics, but the reality of it is you need people with real skill sets, like the presentation I just saw, what we'd say boots on the ground, of dedicated professionals that know what they're doing, that have the hand skills how to treat these complex cases and to be able to keep them going, get them up going. And I'm very hopeful for the Unbroken Center there that we can share this knowledge. I know Sandra's going to have some great information, and I apologize, I don't have a presentation, but I've been working on one for what we've been doing here. Maybe I can share that at a different time, but I thought maybe I could answer any questions when it comes to multiple limb amputations, children amputations, or prosthetics, complex cases. As we at Peter Harsh Prosthetics, which we have done a partnership with Autobach, we have the most advanced technologies in the world, including EOPRA. We have the only EOPRA upper limb patient in the United States right now. I think he's only #2 in the world. And I'd also say that sometimes high tech doesn't mean it's the right tech. The key for Ukraine is to get everybody going, and you don't need to spend a lot of money on the early days of getting somebody rehabilitated. So I don't know if there's any questions. I'm more than willing to answer anything on prosthetics.
Пане Пітере, дякуємо вам. А скажіть,
And could you please tell us, following your observations, what has been the most difficult thing in the period of rehabilitation, in particular of the Stepanenko family? What were the things that were most difficult for them to accept, to work with?
Quickly.
The question was, what was most...
Like to say, if there isn't any questions, is that I'm not a specialist in psychology or psychiatry, but I can reassure everybody here that every one of my patients that I've dealt with, military-wise, which I'm really talking about in theater, blast, trauma of war, it's not a question of if, it's when they're going to need some psychological help. So I think when you're treating some of these complex cases or amputees, you have to be mindful of that some of the pain might not be in their limbs, that it might be in their mind. And I only know this through experience of many, over 20 plus years of treating blast wounds and complex cases, that I've learned, because a lot of these patients are still friends of mine and patients, that you learn from them 20 years later. And I can tell you, I'm seeing some early signs of the Ukrainians that I've worked with here. I can see the similarities of a U.S. Marine coming back from Iraq or Afghanistan. I think this is one of the missions. I met the Olena Zelensky. I met the president's wife, the first lady, in New York for a dinner a few months ago. And I know there's a real push for the psychology and the mental health, which is very much a part of this whole program.
Thank you, Peter, for your presentation. And as far as I understand, then the other speaker will also not have simultaneous interpretation. Sandra, can you hear us? Я власне вас чую. Я вімкнула канал перекладу, я чую, все гаразд. Зараз, якщо я хотіла би, власне...
I think it's going to take the full 20 minutes, but I will talk a little slow so that you could get the translation okay too. So can you see the screen right now?
Yes.
Perfect. So greetings.
Yes.
Я лише представлю це, нагадаю вам.
Just going to remind you, I've already introduced Sandra Ramdil, but I would like to say that she is the head of clinical activity in Holland Horview Kids Rehabilitation Hospital, and Sandra has got the presentation, so please, the floor is yours. Дякую.
We had two other people on the call, but they had to go see some patients right now. Elaine Ouellette, and myself were both certified prosthetists, and Lisa Artero, she was the occupational therapist. So between the three of us, just so you have an idea, we specialize in pediatric prosthetics, and we have about more than 55 years of combined pediatric experience. So we're very passionate about getting to know each child's unique physical, emotional, and social needs. So we can design, as Peter said, and a few of the other speakers said, the right solution or treatment to fit that child's life. So I'm going to present for the three of us, and thank you for asking us to share our experience with you. We're going to cover these 7 points for pediatric prosthetic rehabilitation. I'm going to just quickly read this list and then we'll go one at a time slower. So client and family and their short and long-term goals, their hopes and expectations. Trauma-informed care, so the physical, and thank you for the previous speakers talking about mental health, very important. Equitable access to quality services, the interdisciplinary team, local and sustainable solutions, training and follow-up, including tracking outcomes, programs and resources to support the child and their family. So the child and their family should always be at the center of their care. Parents and guardians play a significant role on their child's adjustment and success, so including how well they adjust to wearing a prosthesis. When we see clients for an initial assessment and also for follow-up appointments, we start by asking them what are their goals, hopes, and expectations, and what are some of the things they would like to do better or be able to do. And what are some of the challenges that they face, you know, in the areas of simple things like self-care, productivity, and also leisure. Then we help them prioritize these short and long-term goals. We always encourage our clients to try tasks or activities without any devices first, and that's to develop adaptive life skills. If they experience any challenges, we problem solve on adaptive strategies and explore prosthetic devices to enhance their performance of daily activities. It's important to give the clients and families an overview of the rehab process, explain the treatment options, and you know, some of the things we do is we show examples and pictures and videos, and hopefully that helps them understand what the rehab process is. Trauma is a personal lived experience and can affect an individual's sense of self and others, and an individual's ability to connect, respond, and engage with supports and services. Trauma-informed care strives to understand the whole person and realizes that trauma has a direct impact on access to services and the efficacy of treatment. So healthcare providers can follow some guiding principles for trauma-informed care to avoid or minimize possible re-traumatization. So creating a physically and emotionally safe and welcoming environment, being transparent and sharing the decision-making power, being clear with, you know, all the steps and processes, maintaining respectful and professional boundaries, offering peer support networks with shared experiences, and then collaborating with clients and families and giving them a choice with decision-making and treatment planning. Empowerment by building on the client-family strengths and finding ways to help them achieve their goals. And humility and responsiveness. We need to be aware of our unconscious biases, recognizing, addressing trauma, and treating everyone with kindness. We provide consultation on available treatment with clients, their families, healthcare and community partners. Physical development and functional assessments are carried out along with treatment recommendations that reflect the client and family goals. We have prosthetists and technicians that are involved with prosthetic treatment, including the provision of prostheses or adaptive aids right on site. And OTs and PTs, so occupational therapists, physiotherapists, provide prosthetic and functional training in activities of daily living, as well as walking and environment navigation. We schedule follow-ups according to the client's needs and progress so that we can monitor physiological changes and modify the treatment plan accordingly. We have an interdisciplinary team approach towards prosthetic care and ensure the team members work collaboratively towards a common goal with the client and family. We have clinics with orthopedic surgeons, physiatrists, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, certified prosthetists, registered prosthetic technicians, and we consult with other clinical teams, treatment centers, and community providers as needed. The provision of prostheses or adaptive aids are often on site. They're offered on site. OTs and PTs are involved right from the start of the care pathway. And we've seen that in previous presentations that that's the same thing that's happening in Ukraine. And prosthetic and functional training and daily activities are also provided on site. We feel that it's going to be important for prosthetic clinics in Ukraine to consult with other specialized medical clinics and to share this knowledge on care pathways for pediatric rehab, you know, with special attention to the mental health supports, counseling on limb loss, and navigating community resources for children and their families. Children constantly grow and need change, and therefore it's so important for local and sustainable solutions. I was so happy to hear that everyone is looking at doing this work locally and bringing all the expertise from around the world locally. And early intervention is an important factor. Peter just mentioned that to consider, so early prosthetic fitting and integrated education therapy. Continuous assessment of the needs of the child is required. Perhaps even a change of a prosthetic prescription, diagnostic sockets, definitive prostheses, and repairs or replacement is necessary for optimal outcomes. OTs and PTs provide training in all activities of daily living with and without a prosthesis, recommending activity and environmental modifications. PTs will focus on teaching the client how to walk and navigate their environment with their prostheses. It's so important to ensure that clients are learning appropriate gait patterning to ambulate safely and prevent future injury. During follow-up, we monitor physiological changes that we would expect as the child grows, and other changes, maybe weight gain, weight loss. We assess their physical and functional needs, and this can be done by just asking them to demonstrate how they perform a task with and without the prostheses and progress their training accordingly. As well, we assess their needs over the course of their lifespan as their activities and interests change over time. So we also assess if the current prosthetic device is meeting their needs or if there are better options that could help them in the daily activities. We offer maintenance and repairs, mostly on site, and some we handle through external manufacturers. Tracking outcomes and monitoring clients' progress in their selected goals can be done informally through interviews or using standardized measures suitable for your clinic. For example, the Canadian Occupational Performance Measure is widely used internationally for different client populations, where the client identifies occupational performance issue in self-care, productivity, leisure, then rates this performance and satisfaction with the performance. The Prosthetic Upper Limb Functional Index has also been used internationally, and currently the new version of PUFFY 2, which is from Holland Bloorview Rehab Center, is under research and development. So it's so important to connect with the child's family's community providers, their support system. For example, school teachers, the therapists in their schools, possibly coaches to ensure that the child is using these adaptive strategies to suit their needs and integrating their prostheses optimally in their daily activities, whether at home or at school. We introduce our clients and families to others, so a peer support network, so that they can share their lived experiences, how they coped with living with a limb absence, and strategies that they've used to adapt to daily activities. And we focus on ways to incorporate play and leisure opportunities in our therapy sessions, making it fun for the kids at the hospital and in the community. Creating a safe environment for children to explore, having some fun, socialize, develop a sense of self and confidence, very, very important. Working on their physical and cognitive skills for healthy overall development. And then fostering the sense of community, inclusion and reintegration, and really just empowering children to adapt to their daily activities and using a variety of performance methods that work for them. I just want to thank you for the invitation to share our approach that centers on communicating with the families, partnering with the broader healthcare teams, incorporating age-appropriate treatment plans, and applying some of the innovative technologies throughout each child's journey to ensure the best possible care and making sure that we have optimum outcomes not just for today but into the future. Thank you.
Дякую вам. Пані Сандро, thank you very much.
Thank you. Sandra was talking about the importance of sharing experience. Therefore, when our panel is called panel discussion, I actually would like to call it experience sharing panel. And we have heard that it's necessary to cooperate at all the levels and to engage patients at all the levels. And we have to share experience and we have to be involved in multidisciplinary approach. And I would like Olga Shevchenko, who is a children's psychologist at Unbroken Center, to address this issue. In summer, I was in Israel with a group of psychotherapists and psychologists. It was also an experience sharing event. And they said that those people who work with the military men who lost their limbs actually were complaining that these adults do not use these prosthetic limbs, that they actually do not accept it. They do not have the understanding that I can fully live with a prosthetic limb and function. So how do you work with kids? And how do you provide psychological support to those kids who lost their limbs? And why this psychological approach is very important? Thank you. So he allowed to use his presentation, and I would like to go to the slide when there was Lisa, a girl in pink sweater. I was preparing for our discussion for several days, and I listened to my colleagues, and there were the previous discussions before ours, and probably I would like to introduce our experience to you. I'm talking about the experience of working with children. Could I have the presentation on? The Center of Mental Health, as Oleg said, was founded in 2021, has never expected so many patients and the situations of these patients. At the beginning of war, there were two people working there, Natalia Zhelestsova and Liana Shimoniak, if I'm not mistaken, and they actually were the first one to treat these kids. And it was a stressful situation absolutely to everybody. And my colleagues who are here have already said that they didn't expect to see many things. What can we say about the children's psychologists who have never had such cases in their career? And a number of international organizations like the Red Cross and many others started assisting us in treating children affected by the war who suffered from explosions. And for example, the charitable fund the Baruka guarantee that has always been working with oncological kids has invested a lot into rehabilitation of children here in St. Nicholas Hospital, in particular into psychological rehabilitation. So when I joined the hospital in summer, my first clients were Yasha and Vova. Serhiy was right when he said that the family is the first element we work with, because when a child has 60% of burns and the child is in medication coma, not to feel any pain, then it's the mother or a father who becomes a destructive element who is destabilizing the situation, and I would say affects the medical staff. The beginning, I felt lots of stigma and not lack of proper attitude to me, because in the past, a psychologist was not part of rehabilitation departments and rehabilitation process. So what do we do in such departments? We work with parents. First of all, we try to stabilize their psychological condition, because all the parents who come together with the kids have acute stress reaction to a traumatic event. We do psychoeducation. We try to warn parents what they will see in their kids in future, and we also try to work with the psychological resilience of parents. Today we have heard about psychological resilience already. We have all remember our flights on the planes, so in case there is an emergency on the plane, the oxygen mask should be worn only on first on mothers and then on kids. So in case parents forget about themselves, they become secondary patients of the same hospital, because the parents actually cannot take care of themselves and logically cannot take care of kids. And we work with the parents or other caretakers. We teach them how to look after themselves, what kind of care they have taken of themselves, whether they had a walk outside, whether they had a chance to read a book or to watch a film, or probably if they were doing some hobbies. And my colleagues have already mentioned a fairy tale therapy, and it is also one of our tools. We are not calling a fairy tale therapy as a psychotherapeutic area, but we actually are talking about a mother reading a fairy tale to a child, even if the child is unconscious, because subconsciously a child is listening to his or her mother. And this is also a certain therapeutic activity for the mother herself. A mother is reading, is voicing some texts, and by doing this returns to her routine life. Here we see Lisa, and so he said that often parents were trying to cover their kids with their own bodies, and that is what has happened to Lisa. So, and actually when Lisa was brought to us, mother was in another hospital and father was in again another hospital. So what kind of situations do we face? We become a mother for this child, as well as the other parents become parents for this child. And it doesn't work, it doesn't help, because a child needs his or her own parents. And what is also multidisciplinary approach in our union? Our psychologists actually are heard by the other doctors, and when a mother could walk and when this mother was allowed to stay with her kid, it enhanced psychological rehabilitation of a child. Definitely this mother had her own treatment and procedures, but still she was doing it. It was difficult for her to walk, but she was doing it. And later a father came from the east, and what was allowed, this kid was allowed to stay with her mom in another hospital because actually it was a bone transplantation from the leg into the hand, and it's also about multidisciplinary approach. And our psychologist went to the adult hospital to treat this kid. The child was not talking when there was not her mother around. The child was trying to pretend she's sleeping or something, and we were trying to work with her. She was communicating with the other kids in the ward, and we were having our sessions with her. So what do we do as children's psychologists? There are certain requests, but as a rule, we work with all the children there. And very often people think that a psychologist is somebody who is needed when you leave the hospital. And while you stay in the hospital, you do not need a psychologist. But when we come to the hospital and start working with the kids and their parents, the opinion about our activity at the early stage is changed. And this is what our colleagues have said about early intervention, particularly during the first weeks or even days after the trauma, when it's already possible to communicate with the child. And it is necessary in order to prevent PTSD. And actually, we cannot talk about PTSD in the hospital, but nobody usually says how intensive a therapy can be, but everybody talks about efficient and good methods that meet the age of the child. And I'm not talking about biological age, because you know that a child may have some regress in her development, and then we try to interfere at the stage the child is in. If it is non-verbal stage, we try to start with it and help the child go out of this stage. We use art therapy methods, game methods, music therapy, and there are many other issues that can be used individually. And what we also do are some small group sessions for the parents of these children. So when we work with children, the parents are still probably in some stressful condition, which is exhausting. And then we work with stabilization techniques, which Oleg was talking about. This is EMDR, certain breathing techniques, tapping. So we are trying to teach the parents help themselves. And we are also thinking about psychosocial support. Please bring back the presentation. So when we are talking about this Lisa, and Lisa is just an example, and every child is like Lisa. So what has happened? There was a rocket strike into a flat or kindergarten or a school. It doesn't matter. A person is taken to the hospital, all the clothes is cut and thrown away. Then a patient comes to us. A patient is in another city, in another hospital, there are lots of people around. A person is in the condition of dissociation or disorientation, and at the same time there is the so-called information vacuum, because there is no clothes, there is no phone, so there is nothing. And just imagine, this family has been staying in our hospitals for 4 months, and they didn't have any documents, any bank cards. There have been no phones. And you understand that all these things are interrelated. And this is also a multidisciplinary approach when we are talking about interaction between different structures. It's not the psychologist or doctor who is helping to renew the documents. We were trying to engage different organizations who were invited to come to the hospital and help these patients to meet their basic needs. And these people restore their phone numbers, bring their phones. The organizations help to renew the documents. These people are in the hospital. They do not have any possibility to go to different institutions. And we know how much efforts you should take in order to renew your ID card or passport or birth certificate. And this is also part of the multidisciplinary approach. This is support at the social level. And coming back to Lisa's family, Serhiy has said that it's impossible to say whether this girl will be able to walk, and her functions are step by step restored. This is the last week this family is staying in the hospital, and a community in Novoyavorsk has found a flat for them, and we agreed that there will be full psychological and psychosocial support given to this family. So they will get this support the moment they will be discharged from the hospital. And it's important because the traumatic event will be with them. They will be in a new place among new people, and they will have to live with their trauma in a new social environment. They will require additional psychological support. And this is one of the aspects already mentioned by my colleagues. We are interested in having our patients here in Ukraine because they will be able to get Ukrainian psychological support in Ukrainian, because if they go abroad, they often do not know the language and cannot communicate. Could you please show the last slide of the video when he's marching with a Ukrainian flag in the street? So Lisa will be discharged from the hospital soon. She's an active girl who already can stand, who trusts people, who trusts doctors, who communicates not only with her psychologist, who visited her every day, but who communicates with all the doctors coming to her or to her parents. If we take these two boys, Yasha and Volodya, or if we talk about some other clients of mine, you may put the presentation. I often face the situation when the parents are against psychological assistance being given to a child, particularly if one of the parents was killed. And the parents also try to actually exert pressure on the medical staff, and definitely medical staff should be very careful about responding to these things. And in our country, for the psychologist to work with the child, there should be a consent of one of the parents. And there hasn't been a single case in my practice when parents, for example, forbade us to communicate with the kids. The woman here is called Evgenia. She is the aunt, probably distant aunt. She's 27 years old and she's a psychology student. And she was an internally displaced person from Odessa to Poland, and when she stayed in Poland, she saw news about the building which was damaged under the shelling, and she recognized the building and she found these two boys, and now she is their guardian. So she's 27 years old. Definitely it was a very stressful situation for her, and the situation was absolutely new for her, not very much understandable. And when I'm talking about psychoeducation, I'm talking about information about all the potential conditions the child is in now or the child may be in future. When we are talking about Yakov, who was unconscious for a long period of time and who lost consciousness during the explosion, he didn't have a chance to live through this acute stress reaction. And when he regained consciousness, taking into account the medical interventions, he couldn't respond verbally. He was just crying, he was producing some sounds, and he was a bit aggressive. And it was very important to be in the hospital with him. It was very important for that aunt. I warned that lady about this aunt, about this reaction, and she was ready for this reaction, and she was supporting her nephew. And it was also an important treatment person for a child. And a guardian or parents is the mirror of psychological stability, safety, and resilience of a child. If it is a stable guardian or parent, it means the child will be on a good rehabilitation way, both physical and psychological. And it is also important to understand that the kids that suffered from blast injuries do not like going out. They live in their wards. They don't want to go outside. They usually go either to the corridor. And psychological rehabilitation of Yasha and Volodya was also about the fact of accompanying them outside. First of all, they were walking down to the first floor, and they were unwilling to go to the park. They wanted to stay in their wards, and it was only the French fries that was the motivation for them to go out, to go a bit further from the hospital, because the kids who live in frontal territories do not want to leave the houses and buildings. Therefore, 200 or 300 meters for them is a lot. And before their trip abroad, I had to make them adjust to life, because somehow they had to have this trip abroad. We still have some contacts with them. They do not get psychological support in Germany, and the other teenage patients of mine who went abroad unfortunately do not get enough psychological assistance. I work with them via Zoom or Telegram. Olha, I have a follow-up question. So, in your opinion, what do these children's psychologists need in working with the kids? What kind of engagement would you like to have? And we would like to actually sum up our panel. We have become multifunctional children's psychologists. What is very important for us is game tools. Certain pop-it toys, the adults consider them stupid. The jumping balls that help the kids get rid of their aggression. So certain relaxation tactile toys are great tools in working with the child, because when a child is in the ward, on the bed, in bandages, we cannot hug this child. Therefore, the only open areas sometimes is just a palm or a leg. But if a child can feel the texture of a ball or do something about this ball, it's a chance for the child to meet his or her emotionality. By the way, this hospital has a very nice Facebook page, and you can find lots of information about my clients. There is a client called Mikita, and he's 16 years old, and I gave him a special acute angle buoys, or a rough ball. And psychologists know why we need these balls. Sometimes the balls are soft, sometimes hard. And he said, when I was painful and I didn't have painkillers, your spiky ball was very useful because I could actually throw it and I could somehow let out my feelings. And yeah, this is a good way of giving let out of your emotions. Okay, probably 1 more minute to sum up everything.
Some of the things we have done over the year and the way we are growing. I mean, psychologists, doctors, surgeons. That is the school of life we didn't want to ever have, and this was not our choice. But nevertheless, our experience really matters, and I think that there will be some point in time when we will have enough time to share this experience to others. And if we have the representatives of communities here, please, you can always find us here. Oleg is here, we are all here, and we can really help your hospitals and your communities to improve, because it's your hospitals that get people for rehabilitation after our medical union. Thank you, Olga Shevchenko, pediatric psychologist of the Unbroken Center. And that is actually the wrap up of our panel exchange of experience. Thanks a lot to all of our speakers. And really, the conclusions, the lessons from our panel are how important the multidisciplinary team approach, how important it is. We are building the foundation out of multiple bricks. Team building, teamwork, team approach is the most important thing. So thanks a lot again to everyone. Let's head for our victory together. Thank you for not being indifferent to everything that is happening, and thank you for attending this International Rehabilitation Forum in Lviv. Have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you, Yulia. Thank you, dear speakers. And we've got a 15-minute break because at 4:30 we So thank you for being with us. Let me remind you that you've got QR codes on your badges, and using those QR codes you could go to the Telegram group and see some photos and the message in English and Ukrainian that actually the link to the photographs is there, and you can look at the photographs of each day, choose the pictures that you like, find yourself in those pictures, write different inscriptions about the International Rehabilitation Forum in Lviv and about the useful things you have heard here and the lessons you have learned. You know that we are open for cooperation and we are happy to welcome all of you here. So we have discussed today the development of the rehabilitation system and the approach we should apply in Ukraine. We have discussed the issues of mental health, rehabilitation of children, and now let's focus on the following. And these are some mega important things, the right management of the whole story, about the creation of the team of dream, how we unite different experts for them to start working as one team. And I'm really happy that this panel discussion about treatment, prosthetics, recovery, the work of multidisciplinary teams in the Rehabilitation Center will be moderated by Mariana Sverchuk, the Executive Director of the First Medical Union of Lviv, and this is the person who is exactly the manager and the administrator of all the processes. She unites doctors, she makes them work together, and she knows the best how we can build the processes, not the processes, but the processes in the medical union. The idea was born a year ago, and she knows how to bring this idea into life, how this has become possible. Let's applaud to Mariana, because everything we see here is actually the achievement of Mariana. She's not a public person, as she says, but you can always see the results of her work. So, Mariana, the floor is yours. Thanks a lot. I'm grateful to you for staying with us. I understand that the day is very long. This is our third day. So thanks a lot for coming, for sharing this joy of development of the space where people are already getting assistance and where they will be getting even more assistance. It's my pleasure to moderate the panel on recovery, prosthetics, treatment work of a multidisciplinary team in the Rehabilitation Center. This is the title. And it's no wonder that I've been invited to communicate with our friends and guests, because a really important component of the treatment process is management, administration. For me, for a manager with many years of experience, it is clear that in a large hierarchical structure like our hospital, we have micro processes that have the highest form of management, linear management, when the team consists of equal level experts, and they get all together with one common mission: to help the patient and to provide the best care possible, to support this patient along the treatment process. Today we have our friends with us, and these are members of our team. These are not just people from a side, just some guests, because together with them we have been working for a long period of time. And it is thanks to them that we started actively working as multidisciplinary teams. Let me introduce a very modest person, Ihor Kushivka, who is the physical therapist of the National Rehabilitation Center Unbroken. This is the center where we are already having excursions, and we will still have excursions to show how we have arranged things. So Ihor Koshivka is a great man, because in this modest person we can see a great talent of the ability to collect a team. And we think that our main achievement is not that much visible, because we're showing equipment, technology, but the greatest value in our project Unbroken is people. People who keep working from morning till night very enthusiastically with a lot of energy, and I do believe that you feel this. I've told a lot to our patients that we show our patients and we speak so much about them because we're really happy about covering this way together with them. Also, together with us, a unique thing we are doing and a unique thing we have faced because we all want to talk about progress, about success. We don't want to discuss our gaps, but one of the largest gaps and challenges for us was not surgical things, not the ability to accept the wounded people, but medical nursing and working with infectious control. You know, with patients kept coming to our hospital and there was a flood of patients, to put it figuratively, we saw that there is lack of overall care of patients because we didn't have enough medical nurses, and the management of infectious control was something not very much clear for us. And let me mention one organization, UK Med, that helped us a lot with this. I'm not sure whether the management of that fund is going to watch us today, but let me express our gratitude to UK Med because you were the first to start helping us to listen to all of our needs and to bring experts from all over the world, choosing them in the very right way, and this really helped us a lot. So today we will also discuss the role of medical nurses in multidisciplinary teams, and well as the role of analysis and infectious control. And today we have Ohola Bakhtisan, who is the head of the program of secondary medical aid UK Med. Also, we have surgeons represented today. This is Dr. Hnat Haric. This is our leading surgeon and the head of the surgery department of the National Rehabilitation Center Unbroken. His unit was the first unit to start receiving wounded, injured people. And we were developing new methodologies, and it was the surgery department that started implementing these new methodologies right away. And they started applying a multidisciplinary approach. Dr. Muniat Al-Mudaris is a clinical professor of the Hospital of the University of Mukorori and the Australian School of Advanced Medicine. And it's our pleasure today to welcome Mr. Professor because it is together with him that the unique methodology is going to be launched, and he will tell us about this methodology today. And of course he will do this within the context of a multidisciplinary approach. Also, we have our mentor, our great friend from the US, Dr. John Holcomb. I'm really grateful to Dr. Holcomb for being with us. Thanks a lot, because you were the first to come to us with the topic of using special type of blood, and I know that you this is your topic and you will tell us about this, but it is thanks to the doctor that we are using this type of blood across Ukraine, and we know how to work with it, and this is one of the most important urgent things that need to be done. Also, together with us, let me check. We have Victor Odenet, who is representing the social center of Slavutic. So we can see that we have a multidisciplinary team with a manager, a rehabilitation expert, a psychologist, a surgeon, a traumatologist, and an infectious control expert. So let's start. So my first question will refer to surgeons because they are also progressive people. So please tell us, what do you feel? You know, surgeons always know it better. They are always ready to pass decisions on their own because it's always the case that a lot depends on them. How do you feel like while working in a multidisciplinary team? Hnat, maybe you could start and maybe you could tell what we have been doing over the recent couple of days. Thank you for your introduction. It's really true that the full-scale war fully changed the approaches to surgery in Ukraine in general, in particular in our hospital. It so happened that on the first days of the war, We faced a mass flood, a great influx of people, and within several weeks of the war, we had about 100 patients with very complex wounds, injuries, and they all required urgent surgical intervention. That was our first acquaintance with the war here in the hospital. It was positive that we managed to rescue the lives of those people, of most of those people, and they have not become even people with disabilities. But later we faced another problem, which is the problem consisting in the fact that we are the institution located in a relatively safe area in the third assistance line, and that's why patients were sent to us in masses from all over Ukraine. And then we understood that we need to develop urgently reconstructive surgery, which was not developed in Ukraine at all. There were some minor manifestations of this surgery at a very basic level. But then we also saw that this highly specialized care with those very complex reconstructive surgical interventions that we now have are not possible without a team approach. Without the multidisciplinary team approach. And this is a very important principle of modern advanced medicine when patients, in particular injured, wounded patients, are considered by a whole team of experts. And every unit should be reflected, should be represented in that team, and the team passes a decision concerning the strategy of working with these patients. We were among the first in Ukraine to develop a team like that, and we started working in that way to choose the right strategy and to provide comprehensive care to our patients. Every time we were moving on and on, introducing new interventions and reaching a new level, and I'm really happy that with the help of the colleague who is staying side by side with us, yesterday we had a surgical intervention which is very important for our state, which is the installation of the prosthetic devices that are put into the bone and that enable a patient to very well socialize. These people can then deal with sports, football in particular, but I think that Dr. Munchet will tell about that more. But that's the direction in which we are moving now. Now, here is another question. You know, a lot of doctors keep saying that this is just loss of time when so many experts are just staying together to discuss the case of a specific patient. What do you think? What is your conclusion? Well, in fact, now we realize why this is necessary. But unfortunately, still we can see it only as a result of the fact what patients we have got, because now we come across a lot of patients who were treated in other institutions without the involvement of a multidisciplinary teams, and the wrong strategies for treatment were selected by doctors. Some extra surgical interventions, or the limbs were not amputated to be preserved, but the patient stayed over a longer period in hospital, or vice versa, where there could be some reconstruction. This was not done and the limbs were just amputated. So this multidisciplinary approach allows us not just to solve one surgical problem, but also to work with mental disorders and mental issues patients, in particular servicemen, quite often have. Also work with hearing impairments, and one doctor can probably even not pay attention to some of these issues. Thank you. Thank you. So let's continue with Professor Mounier. Please, I wonder if you could tell us more about your mission here in Ukraine, and what do you think, what is the common practice in Australia? Who are the members of the multidisciplinary team?
Thank you very much for having me here. Let me answer the second question first, okay. And with regards to multidisciplinary team. In the past, people, when they go to war, they get killed. Now the warfare technologies have changed the playground, Now the aim is not to kill people. The aim is to maim them and make them disabled, because people who are fighting in the wars, they realize that if you keep the person alive, then you will add more inflict more harm on the country that you're fighting by keeping them alive, because the government has to support them, their family have to support them, and they become disabled and a burden on the society. So by destroying their body parts, a lot of people survive the injuries, but they end up in the facilities. At the same time, the war zone field hospitals become well more equipped with life-saving technologies like tourniquets, like resuscitation methods. So a lot of people are surviving the war and ending up in tertiary centers. As a result of that, clinicians like myself and Hinat are facing very complex cases. These patients are way bigger than being dealt with by one individual clinician. They have multi-organ injuries. They have very complex, even if they have one limb that is injured, their deformities and their injuries are so severe that one individual person cannot deal with. So quite often when we are dealing with patients, we need the plastic surgeons, we need the vascular surgeons, we need the rehabilitation physician, we need a psychologist, we need the infectious disease consultant, we need the physiotherapist, we need the prosthetist. So it has to, by necessity, whether we like it or not, it has to be a multidisciplinary approach. So some of us don't like the multidisciplinary approach because they feel that it's either wasting the time and the pyramidal system is lost. But in order to provide a good service for people, you need to have more than one person involving in the care and the service of these patients. Ultimately, we are all here to service these patients, and the best way of doing that is by having the opinions and the collaboration of others with them together to help these patients. My role, I work in Australia. Australia hasn't seen a war and hopefully will never see a war. I'm very sorry that Ukraine has been going through this dirty war, and it's very ugly, and your country has been invaded by stupid people, but this war will continue for a very long time because it's not in the best interest of big fighters to end this war. So you need to be prepared, you need to build up the infrastructure, and that's why I'm very passionate about coming here. I go to Iraq every year. Before COVID, I used to go to Iraq 4 times a year, and it's a very similar situation. The only difference between Iraq and Ukraine, Iraq is a country that is very peaceful. Iraq is a country that have seen wars for many years. So the infrastructure is built and equipped to deal with war victims. While when we came first here in Ukraine, the majority of the health sectors here is peacetime health sectors. So you are dealing with something new to you because you've never seen a war. So it's dealing with the war is different, and you need to have a different mentality, different way and different approach to deal with injured victims. Obviously, Australia is not a war region, and but I deal with limb reconstruction surgery in Sydney, and we get patients who can afford to come to Sydney to get the treatment, but usually these patients are the patients that have been injured in their home countries, and then they ended up with post-traumatic deformities, and they come to Sydney for treatment. So we receive patients from all around the world, including the UK and America and other European countries. So it is very essential to have a multidisciplinary approach for every single limb reconstruction case because it is too big to be dealt with by one individual person, and always it's an important thing to do is to have a second opinion, because there is no black and white, there is no right and wrong, and we just did the round on a patient here, and the plan was one way, and we changed the plan completely based on consensus of different opinions from clinicians to provide the best advice and for the best interest of the patient.
Thank you.
Дякую. А щодо того, що ви, власне, у ці останні дні робили тут в Україні?
What you provide for us.
So the aim from our trips here is achieving different goals. The first goal is to service as many patients as possible. At the same time, we work with collaboration with our colleagues here who have great deal of experience and share our experience together and learn from each other, and in order to provide the best outcome for the patient. And the third is to help building up the infrastructure for the hospital and for the system here in order to be sustainable and manage to stand on its own feet on the long term to deal with the problem with the local expertise without needing any outsiders.
Thank you. Thank you for your help.
Дуже дякую вам за допомогу. Dr. Holcomb, are you with us? Do you hear us? Так, я вас чую. Всіх вітаю з Техасу. We would like to know more how the system is with you, how the multidisciplinary team work.
If I show a few slides?
Sure.
All right. Do you see my slides?
Yes.
Very good. Well, it's Mariana and the team, it's great to see you. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I'm certainly there in spirit. So I had the opportunity to visit your incredible hospital and people over a year ago, 1 year and 5 days, these pictures were taken. So it's been amazing to see what's happened during that time. I also was able to host you all in Texas in January of this year at the rehab center here in Houston and at the burn rehab center in San Antonio, the military's only burn rehab center. I just have to say what you all have done in the past year in the midst of a war is incredible. It's unprecedented. I was in the U.S. Army for 23 years. When we started the most recent war in 2001, we did not open a rehab center for 7 years, despite having the same casualties that you're seeing now. It took us 7 years to do this, and you've done it in a year. Addressing the rehab multidisciplinary team, and I apologize for this figure. I'm not very good at making these figures, but, you know, we always talk about prevention. Prevention is very important. It's difficult to do in a military setting, both for military and civilian casualties, but in the injury world, prevention must be addressed. Then you, of course, have the injury, which are, because of the energy transfers of the military weapons, are more devastating than what you see in civilian injury. Care starts pre-hospital. The pre-hospital medics, the folks who work pre-hospital, put the tourniquets on, start whole blood transfusions, really are the key to all of this. They save more lives than anybody and usually receive less attention. And then you come into the acute care surgery team. This is where I spend most of my time. As is emphasized throughout this team is multidisciplinary with different kind of surgeons. I am a surgeon, so I have a little bias there, but different kind of surgeons, neurosurgeons, orthopedic surgeons, general trauma surgeons, critical care specialists, the whole team that does the acute care. Mariana, you mentioned nursing and infection control. As you know, my last visit into Lviv, I spent most of my time talking with nursing and infection control. It's so important. And I know you all are emphasizing this to include the use of optimal wound care. The wound care is critical in these patients, especially when we talk amputations. It's saving length and saving skin and saving muscle. to cover the bone so that you can get an optimal prosthetic to function. What we learned very quickly is that all rehab specialists, and of course this little circle here is a lot of different people, PT, OT, physicians who specialize in rehabilitation. We learned to bring all of these folks into the operating room when we were operating, where you can make incisions, where you place the wound closure has great impact on the prosthetics function and the patient's function afterwards. And so working together in the operating room and not just after the operating room is incredibly important. Hanat, you have focused a lot on reconstructive surgery, both microvascular and otherwise. Of course, this is extremely important. The mental health aspects have been mentioned already. We learned this very quickly. I know we've talked about this. And there's mental health aspects on the patients. I would emphasize the mental health aspects on all of your medical providers, starting at the pre-hospital area and working with all of these groups. The mental health aspects on the docs, nurses, medics, everybody that takes care of the patients is extremely important in developing and maintaining resilience and avoiding compassion fatigue. All through this is optimal pain control, avoiding addiction issues. And then one of the things that I think is really important is collecting data so that you can understand how to optimize each one of these little bundles. And of course, there are many others that I haven't mentioned, but the outcome data on how well the patients are doing, not just physically, but mentally, and getting back into their pre-injury status, and potentially for many of the soldiers going back to the battlefield. That's just the way that I think about multidisciplinary teams that function to improve the care of the patients. I just would say this is a little screenshot of your panel. I wish I was there. There should be there's that empty seat. That's where I should be. And I'm sorry I'm not there, but I'm so honored to participate in this panel. You know, Mariana, you've seen this slide before. I used to have the American flag here next to the Ukrainian flag, and I put the world is supporting Ukraine in so many ways in their fight against the Russian terrorists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Я маю ще одне запитання, бо на початку, коли ми тільки
When we have just started working with multidisciplinary teams, we couldn't understand who's the leader. Is it an expert in rehabilitation or a psychiatrist, or probably it's a surgeon? Could you share your experience? Who plays the leading role?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think you should be the leader, Mariana. No, I think it depends on the phase. I was in the Army for 23 years, and on the battlefield, the surgeon is kind of the leader of the acute care teams on the small units. When you first arrive in the hospital, this is largely a surgical issue, and as you help minimize wound infection and debride dead tissue, get the patient through the ICU. At that point, you transition if you need a leader, which I think all teams do. And then the rehab people become the leader because even when I talk about bringing the patient back and forth the operating room and closing the wounds, where you place your incisions, where you place the skin grafts, the thickness of the skin graft, moving flaps around is really a rehab issue to optimize the function of the patient, the whole patient, and whether that's with an amputation or limb salvage becomes a rehab question. And those people are experts, and the surgeons then need to do what they're told to do from the rehab specialist, which is a little bit different way of thinking for many surgeons. But yeah, it is a team effort, and most of the time consensus is pretty easy to achieve, and sometimes it isn't, but most of the time you can do that in a consensus fashion. There is a transition, though, as you, I think, clearly understand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igor. Could you please tell us how the multidisciplinary approach works in rehabilitation and what is the role of rehabilitologist as a member of a multidisciplinary team? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Coming back to your previous question, who is playing the leading role? There is no leading role. We are cooperating, we are interacting. Now we live under different realia, under different circumstances, in comparison to the circumstances we were working 2 or 3 years ago. And these circumstances require a different approach to a patient treatment. And as a practitioner, I would say the following. While treating our patients, we come to a certain point and we understand that we lack something. We start consulting different people, a psychotherapist, a neurologist, somebody else, and year by year we gain some experience and finally come to this multidisciplinary approach. So talking about rehabilitation, this is the approach when you won't be able to do anything yourself. We are talking about team efforts when we mean rehabilitation. So definitely there should be a physiotherapist, an occupational therapist, a psychotherapist, probably a social worker. So all these people are important, and also we should talk about the role of nurses and junior nurses. Without them, it is also impossible to achieve good results, because it may be a perfect surgery done by the surgeon, but later there may be some complications just because of lack of nursing care. And once again, we are talking about the teamwork, and I do like this process. Could you please share how do you take people on your team? Because Ihor works in one more hospital, St. Lucas Hospital for adults, and it's owing to Ihor's efforts that we managed to have this multidisciplinary team there. And I think it is a very successful case, because to get people on the team, to get all the people who understand their role, who support this multidisciplinary approach and manage to treat patients successfully, is your managerial success. So how do you find these people? How do you plan these teams? How do you teach these teams to cooperate and work together for the common goal, which is to bring people to normal life and teach him to take care of himself or herself? Well, I'm a bit nervous. Well, as for me, I have to go to my working place and feel comfortable in working with the people around me. So people should not understand just me, but people should understand each other. Everybody should be responsible. And once again, we are talking about patient-oriented approach. So how do I select people? Well, the way we select people around us. People apply for a job. People undergo some interviews. There are some trainee period. And some people really understand that this is not a job for them. So, for example, lots of people came, but later only few of them stay who are ready to give a little bit more than necessary. A multidisciplinary team is working in the way I have just described. So this is a physical rehabilitologist, a physiotherapist, an occupational therapist, a speech therapist, a psychotherapist, I'm a bit nervous, so I'm sorry if I have forgotten somebody. But this is the team. Igor is very modest. Actually, what is the uniqueness of a multidisciplinary approach? You spend lots of time on the analysis, studying and understanding the patient. I have been working for 16 years in healthcare institutions, and as a rule, doctors do not spend lots of time on patients. There are lots of patients, the doctors are in a hurry, but in this particular approach, you should find some time in order to spend time together, in order to get the common understanding about the patient. Yes, the idea is that every expert, every doctor deals with his or her own area. Thank you for bringing me back to the question. And yes, owing to these discussions and cooperation, we take a strategic decision, and I think it will be a guarantee of the effectiveness of our treatment. Thank you, great. And we continue. The topic of infection control is important for me, and this is probably not the matter we are proud of. We are talking a lot about surgeons, new methods, we are talking about multidisciplinary teams and constructions, something we have already done. But developing nursing care and infection control is still at its beginning. We try to understand what's going on, how we can influence and improve the situation, and we are grateful to our partners who guide us on this way. Ms. Partisan, could you tell us about your mission? Tell us about our hospital. What are our strengths and weaknesses, and what issues we should focus on?
To make a small presentation, a few slides. So, as you may understand, I'm from UK Med. UK Med is a charity organization on medical aid, and we have orthoplastic surgical capacity building program in Lviv as well as in Dnipro. So, second slide, please. So, we entered the country in March 2022, and we had primary health clinics, and we had also surgical operations in a few hospitals in Dnipro, Vinnytsia, as well as Lviv. And we have also trauma first aid trainings, as well as mass casualty trainings. And we have also a mental health team. So, next slide, please. Since March 2022, UK Med surgeons operated 323 war-wounded patients in Ukraine, and 83 of them were in Lviv. Next slide, please. And as you see from the trauma care pathway, there is a point of injury, and there is pre-hospital care and initial stabilization, and also damage control interventions are being done in the front line. Sometimes we also receive patients for the damage control interventions in Dnipro Hospital we work in. And first interventions are being done for the stabilization of the wounds. 70% of the wounds stabilized in Dnipro Hospital. And basically, what we are doing debridement and washout and closure. And we also receive specialized reconstruction, more complex cases in Lviv Emergency Hospital. And when the patients are here, you know, unfortunately the wounds are infected, and, you know, there is a very long journey for the patients, because from Dnipro to Lviv, the patients are being evacuated from one hospital to another. So, and as a nature of the injuries, war-wounded patients are subject to infections, because they are contaminated wounds. And they are also during this evacuation from one hospital to another one. And they are also spreading the microorganisms in the hospital settings, as well as they are acquiring hospital-acquired infections from the other hospitals. So basically, the hospitals are overwhelmed with the current situation from the front line, the patient influx. That's why it is not that easy to maintain the infection prevention control practices. So when there is a long journey like that, and there is a prolonged hospital stay for the patients, and early rehabilitation is not on time. Next slide, please. So what we are doing, so we have orthoplastic surgeons coming from mainly in UK and also from West Europe. And we have also surgical ward and trauma ward nurses. We have also infection prevention control nurses. We have also microbiologists and clinical pharmacists in our team. And we also deployed physiotherapists. Next slide, please. But what is the ideal activities for better patient outcomes? So, of course, we are providing orthoplastic surgeries, and the first stabilization of the wound is in Nipro, and here mostly specialized reconstruction. But there is also need intraoperative care. So basically, anesthesiology and also operations theater nursing, also a very important component for the better patient care and to avoid cross-contamination from the operation theater setting. So in the surgical ward level, we do also basic patient care, pre-op and post-op care, and surgical site and wound care. Our nurses provided all those interventions together with Ukrainian nurses, and we also provided on-job trainings. And we have also microbiologists, and I will be expressing the need of microbiology in this presentation. And there is also need for the antibiotic stewardship. So all those activities need to be linked with the infection prevention control practices as well. So in this, for the better patient outcomes, early rehabilitation as well as mental health are also very important components. Next slide, please. So, looking from the microbiology side, and according to our expert, she impressed that there is a laboratory in this hospital, but they are working with very old equipment and also very old methodology. So, if we do not have the adequate testing results, we will not be able to provide targeted antibiotics. So, there will be prolonged stay for the patients. And of course, infection prevention control also very important in this stage, because all the program need to be taken care from the management level and going down to bottom to the cleaners. So basically, we call standard precautions, that mean general hygiene of the hospital. They are the minimum standards for a hospital setting. So when we have the microorganism test results, so we will be able to also, isolate the patients with the multi-drug resistant bacteria. So if you do not do this, basically the patients are spreading the infections into the hospital settings, and they are also acquiring the hospital-acquired infections from the hospital. So a hospital is becoming a center of spreading the disease rather than, treating the patients. That's why all components are important, but this three-pillar strategy is very important because we need adequate access to microbiologist test results, and also antibiotic prescription, antibiotic stewardship program, and we need also infection prevention control program to shorten the prolonged hospital stay of the patients. So, because the nature of the injuries, as you may understand, the wounds are really deep. That's why the bone infection also coming into our consideration. So in this laboratory, there is also no capacity for the processing the bone samples. So from the research articles, what we know that, the microorganism can be different on the surface and also in the tissue and also the bone. So we need adequate testing capacity for the control of the infections. Next slide, please. So our physiotherapists emphasize that, if the patient is staying and on bed very long time, not like expected. So basically, early rehabilitation also becoming a matter of concern because they need to be really, treated quickly, and they need to gain the skills of walking again and going into their normal life. So that's why patient-oriented care starts from the acute phase and continues until the patient treated recovered fully, and then next rehabilitation stage starting. So when we control the prolonged stay, then we will have better impact on the early rehabilitation. So during this stage, we need to also emphasize the personal care and also activities of daily living, and we need to be encouraging the patients for that. That's for this multidisciplinary approach, we will be also ensuring the continuity of care. Next slide, please. So as you may understand, we are just an NGO. We are not here to replace the current system. So our aim is here, capacity building. That's why all the trainings what we provided, we prepared our curriculum and training modules with our experts, and we standardized the modules, we provided trainings, but of course, what is the main concern here? The hospital, in terms of nursing, the hospital is really understaffed. So it is very difficult to work with the nurses because they are really overwhelmed for the patient care. For the ratio, I may say so, like one nurse is taking care of almost 30, 50 patients. So this is really inadequate. So we want to train people. We are not here to replace the system. We came here for the capacity building. We want to do the training of trainers so they can take over the duties when we leave. So, but unfortunately, the situation is, especially the facilities understaffed. That's why it is not going very easily. And when we are looking from the behavior change side, so the practices are not, very well improved. What is the challenges and limitations? Can you please, the next slide, please? What are the challenges and limitations? And as you may understand, from front line to Lviv, the patients they are having a very long journey. So they are also receiving different kind of antibiotics from each settings because they are giving whatever available. So, and we also do not, have information flow system on the antibiotics given. So this is creating a big challenge and also contributing to antibiotic resistance. And as I indicated, low number of nurses is a big challenge for these hospitals and also the hospital in Lviv, in Dnipro. And microbiology laboratory needs really equipment and regular supplies to implement adequate testing. That's why I would like to emphasize here that, if we do not have adequate information from the microbiology laboratory, and the interventions will be limited and the impact will be also limited. So the other concern is that equipment and supply management. So basically, during the emergency operations, and the hospitals are receiving a lot of supplies from the different countries, and they are really trying to understand to use these supplies. but basically they are also overwhelmed with the situation. And there is another point is very important. I will emphasize the central sterilization unit in the hospital has a very limited capacity, so they are not able to fulfill the need of the hospital. And that's why when you go into the ward, you can see small autoclaves in the dressing rooms. So basically, it is a need for there is a need for the modernization of the central sterilization unit. So all those interventions need to be also recorded very well for the further action. So that's why data management and analyzing and then giving the right direction to us is very important. And that's why, I would like to emphasize also data management issues. That's all from our point of view. Thank you very much for inviting us, and I really appreciate all the recognition. And it is a pleasure to work here. And you have highly skilled surgeons and hardworking and committed healthcare professionals, and they are really doing their best during this challenging period. And thank you very much for all the collaboration and recognition.
Дякую вам дуже.
Thanks a lot. And when you're publicly voicing some of your dreams, they are supposed to come true. So let me now voice the dream that our medical nurses do participate in different trainings, in clinical testing, have a chance to be trained more, and then we will empower them in that way. And I hope that through our joint work, we will manage to do this. Victor, I wonder if you could tell more about your organization. If you could tell whether you work in multidisciplinary teams or not. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. If you allow me, I would like to stand up. Thanks to everyone who has survived with this marathon. I'm the last to speak as far as I understand. So thank you for staying here. My short information is related to adaptation and socialization of soldiers and preservation of mental health. Because I work in the social psychological center, I've been working there for a lot of years, and over the recent 9 years I've been working with ATO veterans. Before that, I worked with the liquidators of the Chernobyl disaster. And let me start with a 1 minute video. This is the wrong video. This is not mine. And here is mine video. Okay, thank you. Slavutich Ukraine. Slavutich Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Slavutich Ukraine. That was happening right near our center. Ukraine is above everything. There was some shooting there. Go away. Go home. Go home. Nobody has been waiting here for you. Go away. Go home. Glory to heroes, glory to Ukraine. Just a small town of Slavutic, 24,000 residents and 49 nationalities. Just imagine. That is the youngest town in Ukraine. It was built right after the Chernobyl disaster. And on the eve of that day, there was a heavy battle where their territorial defense soldiers were killed. And the day started with the search in the premises of our center, because we were trying to hide the personal data of the soldiers of the territorial defense and their families. Thank God they didn't find any information. Next slide, please. Well, this is the video for some 30 seconds, because we are a satellite of the Chernobyl disaster. On the 24th of February, as you know, the Chernobyl NPP was occupied, and more than 100 soldiers were held captive. For months, the operational staff of the Chernobyl NPP were still staying there, right at the station, at the power station, because there is the first nuclear block there, and it needs maintenance. These were members of our relatives, our acquaintances, our friends. Thirty-three soldiers have come back from captivity out of 177. And today in the morning, one of my colleagues said that the soldiers who had some 98 kilograms in weight came back with 62 kilograms of weight, with broken ribs. When he came to get the certificate that the ribs were broken in the Russian prison, he was asked, and where is the evidence that the ribs were broken in the Russian prison? So that's what we are facing. Have a look at this drawing. Let me start with this. This is the drawing of the students of Chernihiv University. That is within their social assignment. They had to work with some social centers, and this is the drawing related to anti-terrorist operation. About people coming back from ATO, and you may imagine that the same, even more on a larger scale, will happen when people come from war. Here is the main question written there. How do we live further after we get back to the community, to the family, when many institutions like a hospital, a family, a bar, a cafe, you can see all of them in the picture. There are some arrows there, and the one the integral line shows the positive things, but the dot line shows negative things. So we can see the community, they are down in the bottom. There are negative things, the negative associations. The man is afraid of coming back to the community. He's afraid of how he's going to be perceived and taken back there. Next slide, please. Here is a very simple thing. For successful socialization, we need three subjects, three entities that need to realize what is happening. That is family and friends that understand that this is a hero, community, which is all about self-local governments, social services, employment centers, and society in general. But I can tell you by my own experience that war broke out in 2014. It was easy to work with soldiers. Easy because everybody knew that war was going on. In 2018, 19, 20, let's see at the next slide what was happening. Next slide, please. There appeared some politicians who claimed that maybe it's not war. Maybe that's just a conflict, a civil society conflict. It's not me who invented these things. You all saw this on the interview. Next slide. Here again. And there is cognitive dissonance about the soldier. Where have I been? What did I do? What have I been doing? You know, some international projects like the International Organization for Migration, it used to help us with the rehabilitation of soldiers. But on their billboards, it was written, adaptation of veterans into civilian life as a result of the conflict in the east of Ukraine. But soldiers didn't want to come to this event because they didn't think it was a conflict, it was war. I want such things never to happen again. I'm sure that we will not see any of such slogans or billboards again, or such statements. Next slide, please. On the eve of the war, I mean, in 2020-21, we faced the problem because self-government bodies used to say that these ATO guys, they want everything. They have this paternalistic view. Give us this, give us that. They demanded it from the state. And then they had a focus group discussion and discussed the image of a veteran. And the authorities said that these are aggressive people who are always nervous, who are following the principle that the authorities have to give them something. And veterans, you can see what they say about the authorities, that the authorities are always lying, that they are corrupt. So, of course, we do see that now that is a problem. I won't call it lack of communication, but something like this, lack of communication between the community and veterans. Yulia Laputina, the minister, told today in the morning that we will work with the Ukrainian railroads, and she said that 10,000 people from Ukrainian railways have been mobilized, and some of them have come back to their workplaces after being wounded. And the railways want already now their HR services and units to know how to communicate with veterans. When we faced this problem for the first time, when local self-government bodies didn't have skills of communication, we introduced the program of tolerant treatment of veterans. And if somebody is interested, we are ready to hold those trainings for any community in Ukraine. How to communicate with veterans, how to communicate with today's defenders of Ukraine. Next slide, please.
We have had such trainings with the coordinators of active areas, because they also ask how to work with the veterans. What if there is a conflict? This is everything about our mental health. And we shall not only do a training for our railways, but also we shall prepare a memo for HR staff, and we shall prepare the etiquette rules, how you should communicate with the soldiers with disabilities. And they also are requesting a memo on the privileges for veterans. If I ask a veteran how many privileges you have, they probably won't be able to even answer. And for example, if the veteran lives in a rural area and you ask him, do you know your privileges? He says, I know I have the right to get a land plot, but there are some others, and there are lots of them. I'm a psychologist, and I also have a legal education. And in our center, the work is established like this. So when the servicemen come to us, they stay in our center for several days. We usually do the individual interview. And there are 9 questions I ask about changing the values, about the habits a person acquired at the front line. And one of the questions I'm personally concerned about is what fears a person has after the victory. So when Ukraine wins and he or she comes back to the community, what are the fears? What are the concerns about integrating into the community? Because I have heard the soldiers saying, now we are fighting the external enemy, and then after the victory we are going to fight the internal enemies. And I'm probably also considered as an internal enemy because I work in one of the state institutions. Please read this slide. This is the answer of one of our servicemen. They understand that they are not welcomed. They have a very acute feeling of justice, and they would like to restore this justice by any means. And I have written 3 rules, and probably I would develop these rules. The first rule, act in a fair way. This is not difficult. One of the soldiers said that they very quickly feel insincerity or dishonesty when you work with them. And one of my colleagues said, now we lack humanity and sincere feelings towards our servicemen, and this is the minimum you can do. Act in a fair way. This is a statement of one more soldier who says, I do not expect anything, and I do not need any help from anybody. I want people to leave me alone and not accuse me of anything. And the rule number 2 is help and do not create obstacles. And one more conclusion, which is very simple, and I'm also very much concerned about this one. It's total red tape. This is a statement of another soldier with a severe wound who said that even after my wound, so he has a severe wound, and the doctor's commission said that he still has to come back to the front line. And he went and he said, so when I'll come back, I'm not going to stand in any queues for any certificates or something. And rule number 3, do not be a bureaucrat. Do whatever you can do in performing your duties. And we have just finished our online training with the Autonomous University from Barcelona. We have people in captivity, and they came back from captivity, and they train us how you should work with these people. And the psychologist knows that there are 3 things you observe in veterans after they come back. This is alcohol abuse. Second point, violence is a way of life. And point number 3, suicide. And the psychologist knows that sometimes veterans say, you restored my body, but restoration of my head or of my mind required 12 years. So you understand how we should work. And this is multidisciplinary approach. Please, next slide. There is a very simple technique, and I recommend you to do it in the evening. There are 8 important areas of life. You can take 4, you can take 10. These are important areas of your life: health, relationship, your environment. And if you take a vector of 10 points, you should write the level of your satisfaction with this or that area. And then you put these dots according to the number of points you have. And here you see the most optimal variant. A person lives in harmony because this is a round circle. A person feels more or less harmonious. And these are the drawings of our servicemen, of the veterans of the Russian-Ukrainian war. So if finance is okay, then the relationship is low. So will this be functioning? No. This is something he or she can do. Have a look. What kind of situation we have here? What kind of harmony we are talking about here? Another slide. You may also do it for yourself. Each of us has a resource we use in order to live, to provide help, and your resource may be a person, some abstract things, it may be your face. And this is what one of the soldiers wrote. What are his resources? His wife, his mother-in-law, his brother, his friend, his aunt, the colleagues, his cat. And here is another one who says, nobody can give a support to me. Carolina is his girlfriend. And then he says, nobody. And this person has to socialize, has to be integrated into society. These are the services provided by our institution. We are ready for any cooperation. Please, next. We also work as a multidisciplinary team. We have a psychologist, a social worker, a lawyer, and a sport instructor. So we have 12 people working in these areas. This is something I'm really concerned about. These are requests for psychological consultations. And I'm really happy that more and more soldiers request such consultations. Before the war, they didn't need it. And this is something which is said by the experts in psychology, and why people do not state that they need psychological support. And this is what the soldiers say, why they do not request psychological support. I'm not a mentally ill person. My friends will laugh at me if I go to a psychologist, etc. And recently, we have these requests from the soldiers, and sometimes they want to have 2 people at the consultation, but we allow them because they are afraid of coming alone. And we have this first interview, and then they have already individual consultations. They come with their wives, so there are drivers of certain aid. For example, that the aid, the help was given was successful, that it is accessible. There are success stories. But if we go out right now and ask what is the difference between a psychologist, a psychotherapist, and a psychiatrist, probably people won't be able to give this difference. But people are very much afraid of this STEM, psycho. And I have taken here these 4 points from Olena Zelenska's program, and I try to apply them in my activities. If we are talking about accessibility, we have a mobile team that goes to villages, goes to villages, and that team works with the families and wives of veterans. Please, next slide. We also have the hotline, the trust line of legal and psychological support. There are lots of legal issues which are raised. There are lots of overlapping issues. The military and medical commissions. There are psychological issues that have to be addressed. And there are also success stories. I asked the soldiers, you have requested for psychological consultation. May I describe your story? This is very important. It's about psychoeducation. And I, for example, describe the story of a certain soldier. And that very helpful for other soldiers. This soldier, Denis, and this is a just fake name, says, don't be afraid of asking for this consultation. It really helps. And most light. We have an electronic bulletin. This is online. It resolves, we write about legal and psychological issues. And this is something else we are doing. We are in Chernihiv. There is a psycho and neurological hospital. There are about 100 soldiers staying there. And this is really a serious situation when they are taken to this hospital. But they are ready to work with psychologists. These are some trainings. This is for veterans from territorial defense units, suicide prevention, etc. These are support groups and online trainings for the widows. These are online trainings for the families of veterans. Any community that is present here may request us, and we are going to organize such trainings for you online. Here is our gym. Slavutich is really a unique city, a unique town. It has unique infrastructure. We have special sport and rehabilitation facilities. We have one horse facility, and one of the soldiers said that horses are dolphins on land. So when a soldier is riding a horse, the soldier understands that he or she regains the control. He or she is controlling the horse. And when somebody stays in a hospital ward, a person probably is a bit lazy even to control certain things like personal hygiene or something else. And regaining control is really very good point when the soldiers do this horse riding. So please, some more slides. Here you see our veterans. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. One more. One more. Somebody said, why do you take veterans to the mountains? It's not about psychology. So we go to the mountains with our friends, with our wives, with our kids, and in the evening we sit around bonfire. I'm talking about all of us, a psychologist, a social worker, and our veterans, and we call these talks a delicate therapy. And one of the soldiers said that, well, this is also a part of socialization. We also tried to take them to the museum, to some excursions. Today we have heard about boys who were afraid of leaving the hospital because of potential shelling. And the soldiers without limbs also were afraid of going out because of some looks and staring. And this is about socialization. This is about people being able to ask for help. People have these fears and they have to overcome these fears. Therefore, we are doing what we are doing. You remember the photos we all have, the photo albums or in photo frames, the photos of our families, our friends. Now we keep our photos in computers, in telephones. And now, for example, something happens to your computer or phone and you lose your photos. And we actually print out the family photos for our soldiers. This is also a very unique method or technique. I'm coming to the end. Please, the previous slide. Today we have heard a representative from the Ministry of Culture, and we have published the collection of pictures of soldiers. This is the collection of stories. We are talking about the art therapy. I need one more minute. Okay, we have to finish. Fine then, please. The next one. So this is something we are doing. So we are trying to get certain things for the battlefield. Children also are participating. This is the gratitude of our soldiers. We cooperate with Fukushima because this is also a Japanese city that suffered from a nuclear disaster, and our colleagues came to us and they made a research of our clients, and the level of the satisfaction level of our client is higher than that of other people. And this is the last slide from me. I cannot do without an interactive activity. Who knows what are the metaphoric cards?
These are associative maps. When our hemisphere working in the creative field starts operating, choose the map, the card, which is associated with your resource, with something that gives you inspiration. And if there is a person in this room who is able to tell me, is ready to tell me what inspires him or her now, please, you're very much welcome to tell this. I have a very nice bracelet, yellow blue one in my bag. So is someone ready to get this prize by telling that here is my resource? Who is ready to do this? I will give the mic to you. Music. Number one. Why? Why is it your resource? Because when we're doing extra complex surgery, we are always listening to great music, classical music and other types of music, and that gives us energy for helping people. Thank you. It's very important for each of us to write this wheel of resources, for us to know. For someone, family, for someone, children are the resources, but you should know where your resources are. We all are in the risk area. We have multiple stress situations because, you know, there are occasional stresses when somebody gets into a traffic accident, and there are multiple stresses through the information we get about the people who have been killed and so on. So let me present my gift to you from the children of the town of Slavuta. So thank you for your attention. Victor, let's still speak a little bit on the multidisciplinary approach. Please tell us about your multidisciplinary team. Everything is very simple with us. When a soldier comes to a lawyer and says that, okay, I need this sort of information, the lawyer talks to him and says, we have got a psychologist. Then he goes to the psychologist, then to the social worker, then to other experts. And there are 4 major directions. And if we see that if this veteran has the issues not only of legal nature, but some other ones, all the other colleagues just join in the process and provide support, accompany this person to provide the full cycle of services this person needs. But probably doesn't even realize that he needs them. Thank you. Thanks a lot, dear colleagues, for staying with us at this panel. We have arranged this panel to encourage you to jointly work in teams, and we've been sharing the experience on the development of each member of the team and the team in general. Thank you. Dear guests, thanks a lot for staying with us all day long. Some of you stayed with us all day long yesterday at the International Rehabilitation Forum in Lviv. We really wanted this event to be of maximum use to you and to have this transformed in the future into the development of other such centers in other regions of Ukraine. We are ready to share our experience. We're always waiting for you. Please do come. And I'm really grateful to the team of the Unbroken Center and the City Council that has joined in the works, all the works performed. I'm grateful to all the builders who have done the reconstruction and construction works. I'm grateful to all doctors, medical nurses, interns who have helped us launch this center. I'm grateful to all those who have been excursion guides, to all those who are sharing our dream to save people, to rehabilitate people, and to provide prosthetic devices to Ukrainians. Thank you.